Y'all know what it is. MZ Talks Boxing.
Let me make this abundantly clear. We talk about boxing here. My opinion is winning, but if you ain't feeling it good on your boxing, yeah. This mental headshot sting. So do these body blows that I bring. You wanted the big step to the ring. Let's go to the toe to the final bell ring. MZ Talks Boxing. Yeah.
What's good? Welcome to another episode. Straight in the house. What's up, Trey X? We got him already in the house. Glad to see you feeling better, my brother. I guess what I'll do is just sit here and warm up and wait for the rest of the Block family members to start falling through. Today is going to be epic. I can feel it already. Get myself together so I can get ready to blaze up, puff up, and all those good things that come aboard. Yes. Copy that. Do. So we're gonna talk about Claressa Shields, Alicia Baumgardner, Michaela Myers, Savannah Marshall. What's the old boy little sister name? The Du Bois, Carolina Du Bois, I believe her name is. Because this weekend coming up, man, boxing going hard. You got Devin Haney getting ready to put hands on. Oh no, not that. We got Devin Haney getting ready to put hands on Cambosos. I want to touch on Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis, which there's some things that I'm like, some people are just being dumb about when it comes down to talking about boxing and these people cross-fighting. When you got some of these cats already, we've been told, I don't know how many times, that some fights don't get made because of politics of working with that so-called side of the street. Now, Espinoza came out. Oh, okay. The Oracle of Benton and Colin Weiss. I'm over here trying to find us some bets. Wait, do your thing then, Pimpin'. I'm already ready. I'm liking the way things turned out. When you look at the win-lose thing, you see all those greens just going down the line. That looks real nice to me. Very nice. Very nice. But as I was saying, this Ryan Tank fight, I don't know how that's going to go over. I seen Steven Espinoza literally say, you got to excuse me, trying to put something on my stomach. So if y'all hear me doing a little too much, forgive me. But he made a statement, and I'm paraphrasing here. When they had fights going on and certain things like that, they wasn't in a hurry to try to make Showtime part of any of they showings. And now that it seems like they not having big fights or things not just going as pretty as they should be over there at DAZN, now they want to reach out and say, "What's up? Let's make this fight with Tank and Ryan." And Steven Espinoza pretty much said, "What does DAZN have to offer? What are they offering Showtime?" We got J1 Pro in the house. He say, "Salute, great people." D-Lo 404 Boxing just slid in the door. He got the salute up, and I'm saying salute right back. So when it comes to this Tank and Ryan Garcia fight, let's just call it what it is. Ryan always talking about it. And I can't remember the last time Ryan literally told the truth about who he was going to fight. without it being a pullout or some kind of curveball or some kind of crazy going ons about it before he actually gets in the ring. I just don't see the upside for Showtime, especially after hearing Espinoza say that they really not just trying to do nothing with the zone. The app don't have nothing to offer them. Nothing. What's it gonna bring them? New people to subscribe to Showtime? I doubt it, because 9 times out of 10, most of the people that have the zone here in the USA, 9 times out of 10, they got Showtime. Let's go and keep it real. They did say pay-per-view was dead. Then they turn around and sell a pay-per-view fight with Canelo. The zone was started off at $9 and some change. And I think it's like, I don't know how much it is, but I think it's over $20. Even if it's $20, that's more than Showtime. And I seen them talking about, $20 ain't that bad. You know, you pay this much. $9 for Showtime. I get movies and all kind of stuff. Concerts, you name it. And it's there. We got, what we got going on? Say, I don't know why, but I simply don't get excited about that fight like most. I don't see it in a huge fight, but I do like the fight. I don't see Ryan Garcia. Well, I have to look at him like I did tell Trey that I was trying to look at the man in more of a fighting aspect and just take my feelings out of it. I don't see it as a huge fight either. I do see it as a good fight, but him being over there with the zone, if he's with the zone, that's like being trapped on the island. We haven't heard anything in so long from Demetrius Andrade, and he's been over there for a minute. We haven't seen him in what we would call a satisfying fight. We just not seeing that man get any work. Devin persevered and went over there, robbed him for some good money, got his money up. But when his contract was over, he made a good move and went over to make the deal with Top Rank and ESPN, which in my opinion is serving him quite well, because his last fight he was on ESPN. I believe he got seen by a lot more people than what he was seen, what the zone was showing him in front of. That's just my opinion, because it is ESPN. And I don't know if it was on the app or not, but even though I think ESPN's app is bigger than the zone. Going on with that. Hyphy came through. What's going on, Hyphy? I hope you can hear me. He said, I'm gonna be on in an hour at a volleyball game. Keep it cracking, MZ. Let me know who volleyball game you at. Sister, niece, cousin, daughter. I don't know if Hyphy got any kids, but let me know, because my daughter played volleyball. Quite interesting game. Used to love to go watch them play, because it takes skills to do some of the stuff those girls do, especially when they dive and slide on their knee pads and catch the ball, pancake the ball and keep it in play. Whole bunch of stuff going out there in that volleyball. But back to this boxing. D-Lo said, I see that as a Showtime Championship boxing bout in 2022. It's a huge part, because we really get the right fights at the right time. They do need to make this fight. Well, I guess you'd have to look at it. You would have to look at it as in what kind of move Ryan Garcia is going to make. Does he take a step away from Oscar and the zone in order to get the fight made? I don't know. It's so many things with Ryan. 1 minute Ryan is this, 1 minute Ryan is that. So I'm gonna just say, I could hope for the fight to take place. Can't really say that I'm for sure it will take place. Not with the way the people are right now. Now, who knows? Tank might pull a stunt and walk away from Showtime and Floyd and PBC, because every time we look up lately, he got some slick tweet to say. Who knows? He might decide to go over there and think that he can rob the bank too. He might go over there and mess around with Ryan Garcia and the zone. But if he makes a move like that, I'm not saying he is. This is pure speculation. If he makes a move like that, I hope he has somebody that's a shark that will be able to help him navigate those waters. Because if he go over there by himself trying to do it, I don't think that would be a good idea. Not saying that Tank isn't smart or savvy or anything like that. I just think that he would need to take somebody take a lawyer that's pretty savvy and know what the heck's going on. Okay, D-Lo 404 said Andre is no longer with the Zone. He is a man without a backing at the moment. Oh my gosh. So he's not with the Zone. He's not with Top Rank. He's not with PBC. Oh my gosh. You're right. That's like a man without a country. And I'm just spitballing here. But when it comes down to it, who the heck would be trying to call knowing that I'm busy? When it comes down to it, I'm thinking, is anybody going to try to touch Demetrius Andrade now? If I'm remembering correctly, I think he was with Rock Nation for a minute when everything kind of fell apart with him in the Charlo fight and all that kind of stuff. Then he went to the Zone. Business-wise thinking, that's kind of being scatterbrained. And I don't know if anybody's going to look at him and say, hey, this is a chance to scoop him up. They might, they might scoop him up and get him somewhere. But I don't know. It's going to all depend on what moves he make as well. D-Lo, you know about him. Does he have a promotional company that he might can try to pull some stuff like Terrence Crawford and be able to negotiate on his own behalf? Let me know. I'll be glad to find out. I'm most impressed by the sports I never played on an organized level. Volleyball is one of them. Oh, I feel you on that. Hey, I'm telling you, watching those kids, watching my daughter and them when they were playing, it takes skills. It takes a good athlete to play that volleyball, to be able to time those jumps, to catch that ball, to block that ball. They can't go under the net or touch the net. And there's a lot of times that they momentum bring them to it. And just to see the way they do certain things and move on that court and to know their positions, the way they have to rotate and stuff. Once you get an idea of what's going on out there and you start seeing those young ladies play, you really get impressed and be like, man, this is pretty cool. Pretty cool at all, on all levels. But yeah, we're missing a lot of setups, but with these fights, back off of volleyball, back to boxing. Help y'all keep up with the transition. We're missing a lot of good fights. Hold ups for whatever reason. Everybody having they thought patterns and things like that. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and keep it real. I'm not going to even talk about Crawford and Spence tonight. That's probably the last time you're going to hear me say it unless somebody else bring it up. I want to speak about Wilder and Helenius, Devin and Kambosos. But really what, I don't know about everybody else, but it get my insides tingling when I just think about Clarissa Shields getting ready to go up against Savannah Marshall, Baumgartner getting ready to go up against Myers. I'm excited to hear, or if I get a chance to see it, I don't know how my day going to be going before I go to work. But if I get a chance to see it or hear it, I would love to know how Carolina Du Bois, what's McCall's sister? I really want to see her. I haven't got a chance to see her. I saw her shadow boxing, and from that little bit, she passed the eye test. I hear she got hands. You know what I'm saying? I listened to the people that was interviewing and stuff like that. They spoke highly of her, but I am greatly intrigued, excited. I'm twitching right now because I want to know how Clarissa and Savannah's gonna fight, because I think it's gonna be a good fight. I want to know how Myers and Baumgartner gonna fight, because they might steal the show. Let me just go on and say that right now. They might steal the show just because they don't like each other. They really give me that vibe that I don't like you, and this is gonna be the chance to show it. Okay, I see. We got Andre was going to sign with Rock Nation, but it got blocked. He eventually inked a deal with HBO when he moved up to middleweight. Then Canelo, along with Triple G, ran HBO out of business. Then the Zone came calling. Okay, I can see that. Social scientists in the house. Clarissa said, okay, I'm jumping over. D'Lo 404 say, I got Wilder in 4 against Helenius. I'm gonna be honest with you, y'all know I like Wilder. That's my heavyweight favorite, Mr. Knockout. But I'm looking at Helenius and Wilder, and I don't think it's gonna be a piece of cake. But Helenius did say, Wilder's fast. When they were asking him about his power and stuff like that, and he was like, man, he fast. He don't really have to. What I gathered from it, he was saying that Wilder's fast and he don't have to load up on his shots in order to hit you hard because he hits you with speed. Which I can get that speed and velocity equal power and all that kind of stuff. But Helenius seems to be a pretty decent boxer. He stays behind a pretty decent jab. He goes with the 1-2. He steps to opponents. He kind of steps out. He uses footwork. I'm not gonna say he's super graceful, but he does use footwork and moves around the ring. He has a pretty decent IQ. I'm excited to see what Wilder has up his sleeve. See if he's gonna if he's sharpened up the tools that he have. Will we be able to get a better glance of other things that he might do well in the ring? I did notice that he's working on a serious left hook. I seen him throwing that, doing practice and everything. But seeing that the man is coming off of 2 losses, and it's a lot of people that lost faith in him. I hear it all the time. People tell me, I don't want to watch him fight again. I like the man, and I want to see him fight again. I got to give him another chance. We gave Canelo a bunch of chances, and he a cheater. Let me stay calm. I don't want to call nobody a cheater. Conor Benn, son of a bitch. Oh, excuse me. Y'all got to forgive me. I let that slip out. But yeah, I'm going to touch on Conor Benn too. Not a long time, but we do got to cook him a little bit because cheating that's just ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. First of all, they asked the man to meet him at, I know I'm jumping all over the place, but please wait. Let me slow down. They wanted this man to have Eubank's son, 168 pounds, to drop down to 150 something while he's coming up and on roids or whatever it is that he's on to do what he gonna do. No, I ain't gonna buy the fight, Trey, because I'm gonna be at work. But what I can do, and I'm just skipping down the comments because that kind of jumped out at me. What I can do is, if y'all want me to, I shoot y'all the money to go ahead and call the fight so I can listen to it at work. Just let me know what you want to do, and we can go about it like that because I'll be at work. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to hear it. I want to hear somebody call. I want to hear one of those fights. We got Armin Brown 09 in the house. She says, bless the MZ chat and mob. Just dropping in to speak and share the live. At the studio, can't stay. Oh, what you doing at the studio? Armin Brown saying? Gonna have to talk to her about that. Well, thank you, sis, for stopping through. Handle your business. If we still on, come back through and holler at us some more. There we go. Let me go back up because it's jumped on me so much. I got Wilder in 4, says D'Lo 404 Boxing. He also says, I got Shield winning wide on the cards. I'm not ready to talk about Shields and everything yet, but I'm going to hold that thought. J1 Pro says, I got Wilder in less than 6. D'Lo got him in 4. J1 Pro got him in less than 6. I don't really know what to say right now, but social scientist chimes in. Clarissa say she gonna KO Marshall. Huh. I don't know what to say about that. I'm not really, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not really impressed with Clarissa's power as much as I am with her motor. I'm not really pushing for her to knock out Marshall. She don't have to get any knockouts from me for me to like her. I like boxing. I like, if a boxer can go out there and whoop your ass the whole fight, then I'll take that. You know what I'm saying? If the knockout happens to come in, then that's a plus, and I'll accept that. But I'm not looking for like people like Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, Clarissa Shields, certain people. I just don't look at, I don't go into a fight thinking that they're going to stop somebody. not knock them out. You know, put enough hands on them in succession where they can't answer back. Hey, referee, jump in and save the day. I can feel that, and I'll take that as a stoppage. But I would prefer her to put her hands on it. But like I said, I ain't finna ride on it right now. Let me go and bounce down to the next thing. J1 Pro said I got Shields winning every round. Well, man, need I say more? Translation coming in from D-Lo. He says, Wilder, it's me, bro. Just use your speed, please. Don't Spilker or Brazil me. You say that's what the what they call it, the Nordic nightmare. That's what he's saying to Wilder. Well, first of all, ain't no friends when the bell go ding ding. So when they get out there, I'm hoping that Wilder say, okay, we still cool, but I'm gonna have to go. I got to get you at least. I got to give you some Luis Ortiz. I won't Spilker you, and I won't Brazil you, but I got to at least Ortiz you. You know, that if anything, that's what I'm looking for. But I still think it's gonna be a dangerous fight. It'll be a super great plus if it ends in less than 6 or 4. I would be happy with that. But I don't know. I'll be happy with that. But I wouldn't be disappointed if it went a little bit longer and Wilder showed us some different wrinkles. That would be hella awesome, in my opinion. In my opinion, that would be great. But I am looking for Wilder to take the win. That being said, it's out there. Yeah, I would look for him to take the win. So, yeah, what's the next thing? Yeah, I already answered that question. I'm cool with Shields making a liar out of me with the stoppage. Okay, D-Lo, I feel you. They speaking of Army. You want to hear Trey holler? I think he killed him. Dude, that I can see that. I can see that. I can hear him. See, right now my mind just shot. We listening to the fight right now. I'm at work trying not to really pay attention to the customers. I hear Trey X talking about how Wilder he's slowly stalking. Then boom, out goes Helenius. Yeah, I can hear the excitement in his voice and everything right now. I'm getting chills about it. He's dropping that hammer coming on him. Lay down. Calm down. I'm getting beside myself. Man, I am so excited for this weekend of fighting to come up. I just don't know what to do with myself. I'm super, 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 super excited. Oh, if I didn't have to work. But I want to hear about Claressa shit. I need somebody who gonna be able to watch it. Text me, call me, send me an email, let me know what's happening. So I can just but like I said, I think Baumgardner and Myers gonna steal the show. Even though Claressa and Savannah, I think they're going to put on a hell of a show. But I think Myers and Baumgardner is the one to really watch. Because the animosity is just, it's the atmosphere, when they together, even on screen, it's like you can cut the tension. And Myers is she kind of slick with the way she doing her little talk, you know, when they going at each other, you know, she throws some curveballs at Baumgardner that kind of throw Baumgardner off a little bit, and you could just see how she swell up like, ooh, bitch, when I get you in the ring, I'm gonna put these hands on you. That's just what I'm getting from her. She got that she let that project girl out. If that's politically all right for me to say she let the project girl out in it, because I don't want nobody to try to cancel me in culture. Oh, wait a minute, I don't give a damn. So she gonna go out there and do that. Let me see. Trey X said Mary Spencer said the best thing about Shields is her defense. Claressa has defense, but I wouldn't say that was her best attribute. I think one of her best attributes is her motor. She doesn't seem to get tired. She can throw a lot of punches, and that's what those are a couple of her best attributes. But I think her best attribute is her motor, and she has heart. I believe. I haven't really seen anybody just push her to the brink of having to like struggle in a fight. I think the closest that I've seen her really have to deal with something is when Hannah Gabriel, was it Gabriel? The I think she's not an English woman or American woman. I think it's Hannah Gabriel, if that's the one. She's pretty bright, babe. You know, y'all know who I'm talking about, the one that dropped Clarissa, and then Clarissa got up to proceed to handle her business after she watched her mouthpiece roll across the floor when she got knocked down. With that being said, salute sis. Okay, everybody speaking. D-Lo 404 said the Shields fight should come on pretty early. Yeah, but is it with Sky Sports? Because or is it gonna be on the ESPN app? Because if one of them, then you know I can probably get a chance to watch it or listen to it. But if not, you know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Mary Spencer actually fought Shields in the amateurs. CS Trey X. I feel that and I can understand. But I still would say I think her motor and her ability to not get tired and still put together a lot of punches is her best attribute. I would give the defense her second best if I had to just weigh it out. Don't get me wrong, all those things go great together. But I'm trying to think. While I'm talking about it, I am thinking. You know, she does have good head movement. She does move well at the waist, getting out the way of shots and everything like that. She has good feet, in my opinion. But I still like the fact that she doesn't get tired and she lets her hands go quite regularly. I ain't got time for that. So I could have swore I put this mug on silent where it shouldn't even ring. Let me kill the ringer right now. I don't even want to talk. There. Now, we should not be evaded again by anybody. J1 Pro, I agree about Shields' motor. I feel you. Where was I? Capping it off. Yeah, I'm thinking that that's what's going to happen. And since I can't not talk about her, let's go on and get it out. When it come down to it, the biggest worry I have for Claressa Shields in that fight with Savannah Marshall, the biggest worry for me is, and I know some people going to say MZ tripping, and I really don't care. I worry about Peter Fury, the Fury guy. I really worry about him because he part of that unsavory Fury family, and I don't trust them. Let's just go on and be real. I'm not gonna bite my tongue about it. I do not trust them, and when it comes down to it, I got some doubts about Savannah. You know, that's just me. I could be putting too much into it, but I hope that Claressa Shields and them pay attention to everything that they put into that young lady's body while they over there. And keep things going. I'm not really worried about Michaela Meyer and Baumgartner that much because they both coming from America. They just happen to have to go over there to fight because it's an all girls card, right? Which is amazing in itself. All women putting it down. We got the co-main event and the main event title fights. I believe one of them is an undisputed. Aren't they both undisputed fights? Does somebody help me understand, but I think Myers has 2 belts and Baumgartner has 2 belts. So this will be 2 undisputed fights. You can't beat that. Devin Haney, he gonna be going over there to put paws on Kambosos again, which I'm hearing a lot of people saying, "Oh, this should be a lot easier. Devin should step to him and put." I think Devin should do just what he did the first time. He ain't got to go out there and please all these people. Just go out there and handle his business and make it happen. That's all. Go out there and make it happen. D-Lo 404 said, Peter, I taught Marshall that at Footwork Fury. I don't know, dude. That dude's, I just don't trust him. I don't trust him. I don't trust Tyson. I don't Huey. That other dude that's a Fury, old man, Big John, none of them. And that's just me because Savannah has I guess a pretty decent jab. She's kind of long, but when I watched that That fight that Trey X sent out, I can understand what people were saying. That they were using the computer system to keep count of the points, so it probably didn't count the body shots and all that stuff. But in my opinion, judging, and I do understand and respect the fact that back then the amateur judging was way different. It's getting closer to the pro sense of what's the word? Pro sense of keeping score and keeping up with the fight. But I think Claressa won that fight. I think she won that fight. I think she's destined to go ahead and win again. This would be the cherry on the cake. And just playing devil's advocate, if she loses this fight. Now, I know nobody probably even let that come across their mind, but if Claressa takes the loss in this fight, how do you think it would affect her psyche? How do you think it would affect her? Do you think she's strong enough and touted enough that she can fall back and bounce right back in it or not? And D-Lo say that's atrocious footwork. Okay, help me understand, because I was like kind of figure out, I don't know what he was trying to say. But now you just cleared it up for me. I understand exactly what you're trying to say. The other bout is for 4 belts, but the WBA isn't one of them. So it's almost an undisputed bout. Okay, so because I think Bumgarner got like the IBO, right? So that's the one that they really not looking at as a true sanctioning body, because that would make 5 belts for them. But I feel you. You know what I'm saying? But still, that's still good. That's 4 belts. That'll give you 3 that make you 3 of them you short, 1 to make you undisputed. So that's gonna be an exciting fight. I just can't wait to see it happening. I just can't wait to see it happening. She will have to go and take it back in the rematch. Help me understand where we at now. She will have to go and take it back in the rematch. Take what back in the rematch? Who got a belt? Who has the WBA belt? Or are you telling me somebody holding 2 belts and one of them not going to be put on the line? How that work? I know that can't be. But help me understand that, D-Lo. Yeah, that was my fault. Okay, I got you on that. Social scientist chiming in. He said, I don't think Claressa's ego survives a boxing loss. I was kind of thinking the same thing, because listening to her say that well, you know what? I won't say that I don't think her ego would take a loss. I think she could handle it, because she did say when she took that loss the first time, she when she was a kid, I think she was 17 when she took that loss. She was like that loss really burned in her, and she was like, I ain't taking no more losses. So yeah, social sciences. I think Claressa got enough of that Flint, Michigan in her to make her keep pushing. She from the home of Floyd Mayweather and other great fighters that came out of Michigan. Matter of fact, Bumgarner out of Michigan. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say I think Myers is going to give Bumgarner some work. I think she's going to give her some work, but we're going to have to see how we're going to see how Myers come out. But I think Myers can give Bumgarner that work, man. And I don't know if she and Bumgarner head, because Bumgarner a little emotional too. Her little strong self is a little emotional too. She quick to let you know, I'm an elite athlete. But if she can't land that big right hand, what we gonna say about it? Oh, the chat bouncing fast on me now. Yeah, she has the WBO and the WBC. Okay, so I knew they had said she had the WBO, but I didn't know WBC. That's right. She said it on whose show is that? It's WBC champ. Oh shit. This is so disrespectful. I can't. Champ side, because she in this thing and she be saying that. So yeah. So you said Shields. You said how would Shields handle losing? Yeah, I did say if she took a loss. What's up, big bro in the house? Maestro, a.k.a. Texas Timbo, a.k.a. Ernest Davis. Salute, bro. What's going on? Yeah, I did say how would she handle if she was to take a loss, how do you guys think she would handle it? I'm not saying she's going to take a loss. I think she'll handle it well. Social scientists say he don't think her ego could take a loss. What say you, voice of reason? Let me know what you think. I think she comes back better and stronger. The girl is all flint. That's right. See, D-Lo agree with me on that one right there. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my friends and yours. Decane, a.k.a. socially minded social scientist. What's up, my brother? What's going on?
What's happening, brother?
Man, sitting here talking smack, spitting and eating, trying to roll a blunt, talking about these great fights that's coming up. This man, I'm telling you, like I spoke to you yesterday. You see how excited I was. We got to talking about Shields and Marshall and
yes, sir.
Man, I'm so excited about seeing these girls fight, dude, or hearing somebody why I keep saying somebody hearing Trey call the fight, which since they're gonna be fighting overseas, everybody keeps saying that I'll probably get to see it before I go to work. But yeah.
What time you gotta go to work?
I gotta go in at 10, but I'm thinking I'm gonna go
at
in
night.
Yeah.
Oh, they'll be fighting around your time around like 4:30, 5:30.
Okay, I can roll
Yeah,
with that.
The headliner be fighting at that time. Yeah.
So do you think Meyer and Bumgarner stand a chance to steal the show?
I mean, they could. I mean, it'll be a spiteful match, but I just think that Shields Marshall fight gonna be real good too. So it's just a matter. I think it's just a matter of two real good fights. So
yeah, I say the same thing, but it's something. I guess it's because Bumgarner is just being so animated and agitated. It seemed like every time Meyer even speak, it just aggravates Bumgarner. It just aggravated. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't know if you noticed, but every time I see them doing they press conference or some kind of little interview or something, it seems like whenever Myers is talking, Bumgarner just gets aggravated. And I mean aggravated to like I said, it's like she let the little project girl out and be like, man, I can't wait to put hands on this girl, man.
Yeah, like you said yesterday, Mayor got the slicker mouth. That should just be pissing Baumgartner off the way she revert back to the what you say, the ghetto black girl.
The ghetto
okay,
black
bitch.
Girl. Yeah, bitch. As soon as I see you, well, we can't be cussing here. You mind your business is what I say. You know what I'm saying? That's what really got me turned on, because the way they going at it. But I'm gonna tell you who also got a slick way of talking that I think it kind of be throwing Clarissa off a little bit. The way Savannah Marshall, the way she talks, one, the accent that she has, but then the slick little stuff that she says and the way she looks when she says it, I think it like burns Clarissa up too. Because those titles will be coming back with me, huh? Just wait till tomorrow, eh?
The way Clarissa ate her ass up alive in that damn face off. Did you see that face-to-face shit?
Which one? Because I just seen so many different. I know she wearing her ass out about forgetting the belt at home, and the fact that Clarissa done won so much. It's just the fact that how when you was in school and there was that one person that you just didn't get along with, you knew you could whoop that person. Y'all haven't really gotten to it, but that person always, no matter what you say, they had some kind of slick comeback. You be like, yeah, motherfucker, keep on pushing the buttons. Whatever, man. I'm going ahead and push these buttons. You ain't gonna do nothing. But that type thing. That's what I'm getting from Clarissa and Savannah. And Savannah,
it always be the motherfucker that know how to talk that can't fight too.
I feel you on that. But I think Savannah can fight. I think she can fight. I'm not gonna take that away from her.
She can definitely fight,
because she's not just walking through these girls and everything like that. She making things happen. Salute to Joseph Brown in the house. He say salute MZ in the chat. I don't want him to think that I missed out. But I was saying she was going on D-Lo 4-on-4. I was saying Shields would have to go get it back in the rematch. Oh, if that's
But
a
see,
big if she lost. I don't think she gonna lose. I think she gonna go out there and her high motor, and since it was Trey X that brought it up first and spoke about the other young lady who fought her in the amateurs and said her best attribute is her defense. She's gonna put that on show to dodge that 1-2 and that hook that she got, cause her girl got a hook too.
mm-hmm.
And she seems to be patient. She seems D'Lo made the statement that her footwork is atrocious. I wouldn't say that bad, but she does seem to be a little slower foot.
See, the thing is, in the pros, she trying to be like, just relaxed and fluid and shit like that. I think Peter Fury is trying to train her just to be more relaxed in the ring. So, thus far in her pro career, that's really all she done showed. She hadn't showed the amateur boxer pedigree that you know that she was doing in the amateurs. She's just out there trying to be relaxed and fluid and all that shit. So,
right. Well, something that I did notice, and they did speak on it a lot, and I'm wondering if Clarissa go out there and put enough hands on her, will it make her revert back to it? It's nothing as far as boxing goes bad, but it's a mental thing. When they kept saying, you know, every time she got to that big dance at some tournament, she fall on her face, she fold, and this we talking about undisputed, and she fighting at home. That's pressure. Those lights are going to be bright. You fighting the United States and the rest of the world, as far as I'm concerned, best female boxer out in Clarissa Shields. And you folded not once, not twice. You folded at least 3 times in big fights. What's to stop you from folding in this one?
yeah.
So that's something that I think can play big, is her mental. I think Clarissa's mental is pretty well locked and set like a steel trap. I don't think she has any problem with mental, because I don't think she's gonna have any problem with taking the punch either, because she did mention, let's not forget, Christina Hammer was what, a champion for how long? They was bragging about how long she was a champion and how well she had a nice hammer jab and everything. And Clarissa did say that Hammer did have a good jab. She said that the jab was so strong that she might really be right-handed and just convert it herself. Yeah. So her saying that and speaking of, you know, she gave the girl a prop with how strong a jab is. And I'm thinking Clarissa got some good chops on her. I think she can take a punch. I don't think she'll let you land the same punch on her regularly. I think once you hit her with it, I think she has one of those kind of boxing minds that will keep that calculated and computed and keep her eyes open to keep her from taking that punch again. But the way she attacks and lets her hands go, I don't think Savannah gonna be able to deal with that.
That'd be interesting.
It will. I still don't trust the fact that, you know, Peter Fury had something to do with it, and we got to go over across the pond in order to see it all happen. But it is what it is.
Well, that's just because the women boxing scene here is so terrible.
True. I'll give you that. We're not giving it enough attention as far as the people who push the shows on for us. But when it comes down to overseas, Eddie Hearn. This the only thing I can really say good about Eddie is that they do put the women on fight cards.
Man, shout out to Eddie Hearn, man. Eddie Hearn he really put the spotlight on women boxing. No matter what you say about Eddie Hearn, no matter how much you don't like him, he really do lift women up in this boxing shit. So you got to at least give him credit for that.
I'm giving him credit for that. And if
I'm saying folks who got a problem with him and stuff, like if you don't like nothing else about him, you got to like that about him.
I can agree with you on that. He does. And who else does is I hate to have to bring his name up because at this moment he has no shine about anything in this fight. I don't think. And that would be what's the little white dude name that everybody say not a boxer? Paul. Yeah, him. Yeah. He I give him credit too. I think he's a good promoter. I think if he really, but he seemed to have an infatuation with boxing, and he wants to be a real boxer or considered as a real boxer. But I think if he really put his mind to promoting constantly, I think he would be a great advocate for women boxing because he's brought a lot of shine to it too.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So I give both of them, I tip my hat to them on that.
Cause he a YouTuber. He know how to get views, so he know how to cause controversy. He just know the right shit to say when he trying to promote some shit. So,
and if I was one of these major companies, I would reach out to him and cultivate a relationship and see what kind of tactics he would have to help promote some of these fights. I noticed that Tony Harrison, I don't know if I think isn't he a promoter? Isn't he doing some promoting too? Because I think I heard somebody say that they think he was helping the coach Alicia. I also heard it, one of the guys, because I was listening to the show last night. Great show coming, not to mention on Marlowe's Corner with Trey X and the rest of the guys that was on there. D-Lo, I heard you sworn by there too. But I think he's a promoter. I'm just saying, because when I saw him, I was like, damn, Tony Harrison up there? And I was trying to figure it out. But I think he's a promoter. When it comes down to Meyer and Bumgarner, they both got hard. They both are good boxers. But it was mentioned, I think it's going to come down to the coaches and how the coaches can have them right and ready, because they did get postponed. And everybody was, I heard you guys talking about, do you think they can get themselves ready for this fight now that it's coming up? I think they'll be able to get ready. It's not going to really turn out like Errol Spence or Floyd Mayweather, because they were actually in the groove of fighting. With Errol Spence, you lose, you go to the locker room, then all of a sudden they come back and tell you, oh, no, y'all won, and you fighting again. Yeah, I can't understand that, because in high school, we were playing in a basketball tournament, and we lost a game in some kind of way. We ended up winning, but we was already so emotionally drained from the game that we couldn't get ourselves up for the next team, and we went out there and got herded like some sheep and ran off the fucking cliff. Got our asses tore up. We just couldn't get back into it. So I can see how Earl would go through it, but since the Queen died, this was an unfortunate situation that the Queen died to stop the fight. And I know some people would probably be like, oh, MZ should be respecting the Queen. The Queen. She did, so I can't say long live. But God bless her. But anyway, I think these girls, they're going to be ready to put their hands on each other. That's what I think.
I mean, like I was saying last night, man, you can't kill Claressa Shields' fire for this fight, because she's been waiting so long to avenge this loss, and the way people fuck with her over losing that fight, every time she say anything, it's somebody, oh, you lost to Savannah Marshall, so she got too many reasons to be up for that fight. They were saying Marshall got depressed and she was in the bed for a week and all of this stuff. So I don't know. She seemed kind of mentally unstable sometimes anyway. But Claressa, you're not gonna kill her fire for this fight.
Well, we did say that she collapsed. Well, we didn't say. I said it. I said it because I heard them say it. Her own people, even her. She has wilted under the bright lights. Yeah. She has wilted. And the Queen dying, she from over there. So she probably did take the Queen dying pretty hard. She better get it together, because she go in that ring and not be right. She going to get pieced up all night. But let's hope that the Queen's death don't give her motivation to say, I have to win this for England. I have to win this for the Queen. Some of the stuff she be saying, I don't even know what she be saying. I'm like, is she like country with an accent from over there? I really don't know.
That what I gather. She like the English version of like a little country ass redneck girl. You know what I'm saying? That's what I get from Savannah Marshall.
Okay. But she be poking the bear. She's been poking the bear a long time. And Man, it's just a few. It's just a few days away, man. It's
You
just
know,
a few.
they've been saying that for a while about Savannah. Even like the people who was in the Olympics with her was saying that she just didn't have the confidence in herself and shit like that. So
Well, from that dude, that Fury fella, you know, supposedly he has helped her find her inner, what's the word I'm looking for? Her inner, help me out here. Her zen, her inner zen.
oh, okay, that's what it is. The
Yeah,
scene.
she
Yeah, I
she done
wouldn't have
found
guessed that.
she done
Like, help me
found.
out here.
Yeah, hey, help me, please, help me. Her inner zen, her peace, her moment of truth. I don't think it's gonna be this fight. Her moment of truth is to lose this belt to Clarissa Shield. That's what her moment of truth is.
Yeah, that's how the truth gonna smack her in the face with a loss.
With a loss. With a loss.
Yeah,
Because apparently she didn't learn anything great out of beating Clarissa Shield.
yeah.
And this is
Well,
paraphrasing.
hell, I mean, what's she supposed to learn when she really? I mean, a lot of people argue that she lost the fight. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But you're supposed to learn something in winning.
Yeah. If they'd have gave her that loss, maybe she'd have learned. But yeah, she thought she did something right.
Apparently she did.
I already beat ya.
That's it. That's it right there. That's it right there. Gil Cole's in the house.
What
Say
up, Gil?
salute
Gil
to you.
Coles.
Gil Cole. Hey man, let me know how that candle do for those candles did for you. You know, he got my candles, ain't even hollered back at me and said, "Hey man, the candles smell like trash and nothing." He did say thank you though. So I won't say he didn't say thank you. He did say that. But I need a review now, man. You beat me. Fair and square. I went on and ate my crow, sent the candles. At least let me know if the candles was worth something to you. What was it? I already beat you. You sure right. She already beat you. If you fight like me, what did she say? If you fight me
Fight
that
like
way,
that
I'll
against me.
mop you with the floor. I'll mop the floor with y'all.
Yeah.
I'm like, to be honest, I ain't gonna lie to you. I love the way she talk. That's my favorite thing about Savannah Marshall is
Yeah.
is listening to her talk. I
I like
love
the
it.
damn left hook. I ain't gonna lie, that left hook on that uppercut too.
Yeah, she nice with both of those.
Yeah.
But let's hope that she's not successful in throwing them to the boy Trey say the candles got put to use during his anniversary yesterday. Well, I'm
Okay.
glad to know that H.W. Wicks has something to do with your anniversary, and we say happy anniversary to you. Man, Savannah Marshall, man, you know what? If she drops Savannah Marshall, I got to think of something spectacular to do because that would just be fantastic. But you know, I'm not seeing her dropping Marshall. I could see her stopping her, but other than that, you know, hold up. He said had to melt the other candle, but we used them up. Wife loved them. Okay, I don't know what you mean. You had to melt the other candle. What you used it as like a on one of those wax melters. Because if you want something like that, I can also create you some and send them to you. It would be a first time try, so let me know. Where was I? Okay, I'm back. I had to take a breath, get something together here, man. I done worked up a little sweat here. I'm sitting here shadow boxing, thinking about Clarissa putting hands on Marshall, thinking about Myers touching on Baumgardner, Baumgardner touching on Myers. I'm leaning toward Myers, and I know it's a lot of people that's going with Baumgardner, and I hate to go against the sister, but they both from America, so they both Americans. And I'm looking at Myers. Myers seemed to be a little bit longer, And I think it's gonna come down to which coach can keep their girl mentally stable during that fight. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking which one of them are going to make a mental mistake. If oh my bad, I didn't even see you fall out. I'm thinking if Myers could get into Baumgartner's head and get her ag enough, she can put her in a situation. She can put her in a situation because Baumgartner is not as long as Meyer, so she's going to have to get past Meyer's length. Meyer has a pretty decent footwork. She's decent all the way around when it comes down to it. Let's just keep it real. I think the girl can box. I think she can box. I don't think she's going to really try to get into some kind of slugfest with Baumgartner because listening to her speak and everything like that, she knows that that's being up close and letting Baumgartner get the tee off on her. That's not the best recipe for her. But keeping Baumgartner at a distance and using footwork and moving around, that's what's going to have to make Baumgartner a chaser. Make her earn a knockdown or anything like that when it comes down to it. Don't just stand there and make it easy for her. Joseph Brown said, bang that like button. That's right. Appreciate it. Y'all bang that like button. I saw the sharp shank. What can I shop candles, big fella? Come on, man. You know me personally, Shank. You could reach out to me on the old 6, whatever it is, iPhone that I got. I got an old one, but it's mine. It's paid for. So let me just put it like that. But yeah, you can reach out to me anytime, bro. And you know how, come through, grab some candles. I'll meet you somewhere and drop them off to you. So it's always gone. But I feel he said them candles gone, Gil Coles. And I'll get you some more if you need some more. Those candles got put to good use. Okay, the thing went all up. How the hell I get way up there? Oh, okay, Gil, you should have let me know one of the candles was broke. Do me a favor, I wish you would have took a picture of it, cause I could have got FedEx to pay for that. So if you got a picture of it, send it to me. I'll make them pay for it and let them buy that candle. So please, if you got a picture, same thing happened with Bruce Gas. His candle that broke on him, and I made FedEx pay for it. Yeah, that's $100 worth of candle I sent you. At least that's what they insured for. Where was I? Okay, Trey X. He says, I think Claressa hits harder than we think. I have been watching her amateur fights, and good fighters such as Mary Spencer react to her power like they had to respect it. I feel you on that, Trey X, 100%. And I guess the only comparison that I really could say that I have, well, I could say I have a comparison for Devin, Shakur, and Floyd. But remember, they used to say Floyd didn't hit hard. But then after they fought him, a lot of them would say, man, he had a little pop. That little pop is enough to keep you from running up in there because, hey, that pop not being seen could put me to sleep. So, yeah, I think, Claressa might do have some pop in it. I don't know if she's not sitting down on it enough because she got the trunk. And I'm not being funny. I'm just saying she thick in the hip and stuff. And a lot of people say the power come up from your legs. And so maybe she just got to put the mechanics together a little better. But as long go ahead. Say what you finna say, my brother.
I want to add on to what Trey was saying, man. Claressa, she'll say that a lot. That these girls finna find out why nobody stand there and trade with her, and they hug and clench a lot and all of this type of stuff. And to me, that go into what I always say about Claressa Shields. A lot of her punches, they ain't necessarily like punches that you don't see coming. She just so fast that she hits you anyway. So she don't really be setting up no kind of blows that's really gonna catch nobody off guard. Because that's why she didn't knock out somebody like Hannah Rankin, because she hit Hannah Rankin with the kitchen sink, the bathtub, and everything. But she couldn't get her out of there. But Hannah Rankin, I think Hannah Rankin saw a lot of them shots coming. Claressa just so fast. So I think she might have some power, but people just see her shots coming. That's all it is. I think
Okay.
that's. I don't even think it's necessarily that she don't sit down on the punch.
Okay. Okay. You attested to a lot of times that she just rapid firing so much. They see him coming, they just can't get out the way of him.
Yeah, she ain't really setting nothing up.
Cause she be letting she throw a 4-5 punch combination.
Yeah.
I get hit in the face 4 or 5 times in a row. I'm ready to shoot somebody. God dang, what you got me in here with, an octopus or something? You know? So all I know is Savannah Marshall better be ready. Savannah Marshall better be ready. I don't know what to say. I like Baumgartner. I really do. I like the fact that she's how did she put it? I'm a elite athlete. I like that. She can box. I like that. The girl can fight. All these girls we talking about can fight, and they're getting ready to fight. Unlike some of these guys that can fight, but they won't fight. I'm not going to even throw any names out there. I'm going to just leave it like it is. You can draw the conclusion that you want, ladies and gentlemen. But we all know that some of these people out here is tripping. And I have been getting wind of some people calling, blaming Al Heyman and PBC and stuff like that. And they making it a mission to try to tear this company down and badmouth these people. And I'm like, the other companies have been doing the same thing, and I did not see you advocate any of your time and effort to try to stop them from doing anything. Is it a bad thing that these guys have learned to start promoting themselves to try to get the money out, get the money in their pocket and not in promoters' pockets? Yes, I think that is a good idea. Is it causing a little backlog in some of these fights? That's possible. But I think some of the biggest backlog when it comes to these fights, and the truth is, it all depends on who signed with who. Bob Arum said it the best. Problem is, you signed with the wrong company. You can't get this fight because this guy, it fights up under my banner. You fight up under that banner, and I don't want to fight. I don't want to make the fight. You know what I'm saying? If I had all the middleweights, then yeah, I would. You had one middleweight, and say Trey X or one of the other guys had a company, and they had 2 middleweights. Who you think middleweights are gonna be fighting all the time? Mine. I don't want to share the money with you, and that's the way it is. We got to think about it like businessmen. You got where in communications and TV, you got ESPN versus Showtime versus DAZN. Who you think finna be like, oh yeah, I'm willing to team up with you all the time and show a fight? No, because I need to get my viewers to look at my channel too while this fight going on. So it's a lot of stuff that's going on with these fights. By them being in different areas for the fights, like with Ryan Garcia and Tank. I really don't physically see that fight manifesting itself. I can't even mentally see it manifesting itself unless we find out these guys can actually fight because they're not tied to nobody. Dang, Gil Cole said, we already used the broke candle. It's all good. I'll be winning more in the future. Oh, yeah, we're going to make that hard for you to do. Better believe that. You're probably going with Elanius to beat Wilder. That's a loss for you right there. Trey X. Rankin fought Clarissa off 3-month layoff. She fought Marshall off an 8-month layoff. Big difference. Yeah, that is true.
Well, also when you look at that though, Rankin had like 2 camps to prepare for Marshall because they fight got canceled. So I mean, she had a lot more preparation time to get ready for Marshall. And
Well,
still
you can add another month to it because he said actually closer to 9 months than 8.
Yeah, I think the fight got pushed back like a month or something like that.
Well, all I know is Marshall and Peter then better be ready. That's all I know.
I believe they will, man. I think Peter Fury. I think he gonna give Marshall a pretty good game plan for Clarissa. So that's the thing that's most intriguing about this fight to me because I know they really been preparing for her.
Now, you know what? As much as I don't like the Furies, I can say that in their family they do have some good minds. There are some good minds in there when it comes to the fight game. like whether it's boxing or bare knuckles or whatever. They have good minds. The problem is they use that good mind to cheat as well, and that's what that's what messes it up. You know what I'm saying? That's really what messes it up. And in my opinion, it's enough people that look at them that say they cheaters, and that's why they not. I think that's why they're not being held as high in the boxing world as the major media try to make us look at them. Because when people are honest and they not in that bullshit, excuse my French, but you don't have a whole bunch of black clouds always floating around them, people seem to gravitate to them. And we all what you seen, whether you attest to it or not. You know if somebody cheated or not. But when you have a different motive for it, you willing to overlook it. But you're not gonna sit there and put your apples in that cart, which they don't do. That's just my take on it. 2 camps don't cancel a layoff. I feel you on that one because in camp they know they practicing. They ain't really going all out. So I feel you on that, Trex. 2 camps don't cancel a layout. Gil Coles. I did take a picture when I received them. I just sent it to you. Okay, I appreciate that. So I'll look at it after the show, and that way I can take it. I could send me back a picture of the tracking number that I gave you too, so I can make sure I have that when I take it up there and have my fit about the $100 candles that one of them didn't make it to my customer. Where was I? In your infinite wisdom, socially minded.
Yeah.
I know you know about Baumgartner and Myers. Now, you heard me say that I think Myers is long, can box, knows how to use the ring. I think she has the better coach.
Mm-hmm.
She got a lot of pluses on her side.
Yeah.
What's your argument for Miss Alicia Baumgartner?
Man, for me it's just the power, really. I think and like she always say, she's the more athletic fighter. Like she been an athlete since she been young. Michaela Mayer, I think she started boxing maybe when she was like a teenager or something like that. She got into it, but Alicia Baumgartner been an athlete her whole life. Now that may not translate into boxing, but she does have a lot more power. I know she was a wrestler and shit, so she does have a lot more power than Mayer. But I think Mayer's greatest attribute is her coach, actually. Because I've never really been very impressed with Michaela Mayer. I just think that her coach really sets her up well. So.
Can I ask, what is it about her that what's not impressive about her to you?
That's a good question. But like I done seen her in fights. I forget this woman's name. Lisbeth Crespo or some shit like that. And I was just like, man, she getting pieced up out there. You know what I'm saying? They kept touting her as this great Olympian and all this stuff. She was just out there getting pieced up by this little short woman, I don't know, man. It just just her in the moment, her dog, her fighting spirit. I know a lot of people would disagree with that based on the Hamadouche fight, that she went in there and went to war with the woman, but I don't see a lot to be just over the moon about her as a boxer. I just think her coach is really good. He tell her he give her the right instruction, so. And I think that's gonna serve her well. So,
well, you got if you look at it like that, if you say she got such a good coach that he could put her in a position to win, she has to go out there and do it though.
Yeah.
So for her to be able to go out there and do it, that to me that translates a lot, because that shows that not only one, you listen, you pay attention, and then you go out there and execute. Because even though he's telling you what to do, you still got to go out there to do it against the person that's not trying to let you do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is true. I mean, she fighting at 130, but she does have a lot of physical advantages at 130. So Yeah, man. I would really have to sit there and break down why I'm not impressed with her though. That's a
I
good question because I mean I have said that since I first saw her box. Like every time I see her, I'm like, man, I just to that Hamadouche fight, I was like, man, she really did show some grit. She went out there and showed some dog, but it's like in every fight, it's almost like I can't even explain, bro. I'm
I
just
can
not
kind of
impressed.
I can kind of feel what you're saying, and I'm gonna just say, maybe you looking at her like I looked at Ryan Garcia, and maybe a little bit of feelings is getting in there. Maybe it's something you seeing about it that just not scratching you the right way. Cause I had to pull myself back and say, okay, I am really being a little hard on Ryan Garcia, and
Yeah.
and and maybe it could be that. Maybe it's just something that you're looking at it. Maybe it's the way her nose is shaped. I
Nah, it
don't
ain't.
know.
Nah,
I,
it's something in the ring she ain't doing for me. It ain't connecting for me.
well, I'm gonna go ahead and put you on a limb. So I take it you going for Bumgardner for the win.
No, I wouldn't say
Uh,
that.
okay, so whatever bothering you about it, it ain't that bad yet.
Nah, I mean, I think she got the skills and the coaching to outbox Baumgartner. But Trey's disagreed with me on that. He said if they go to war, he think it favor Michaela Mayer. I say if they go to war, it favor Baumgartner because of the power. But a lot of people seem to think that Mayer just gonna outwork Baumgartner and get the W. But we'll see.
Well, I would say the same thing Mayor said because Mayor ran Bumgardner hot when she said, yeah, you talking about you gonna knock me out and this and that, but what you gonna do after you can't land that big right hand of yours? What you gonna do then?
Mm.
And once again, a little ghetto girl came. That little ghetto girl popped up out of it and she started shaking and cussing. And Maya started poking the bear. So that's a question that she gonna have to answer. If she can't catch her with that 1-2, that big right, will she be able to walk into a trap? Will she be able to cut the ring off on her and make a fight? These are the questions that she's gonna have to answer come up on the 15th.
Yeah, one thing you can say about Alicia Baumgartner resume too is like all she really got is that win over Terry Harper. Like her resume is not impressive at all. So
That's also something that Myers alluded to. Myers was like, "You only a champ because you got lucky and got put into a situation where you could end up getting for." That's like telling somebody, "Oh, you only fought for a vacant belt. Don't come in here with all that like you all that."
I
You know
mean
what I'm
that's kind of a bullshit point though. Like she said you're a champ because you got luck. I mean she had to perform when she got put in that situation. So
Right, but it ran her hot when she said that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just alluding to the things that Myers is doing that bring that little ghetto girl out to make her start being like, yeah, it's like a switch when she say something that's like out the side of her mouth. Bumgarner like gets ag about it, like, ooh, bitch, I can't wait till we get it. You can see it's almost like you can see the agitation and aggravation just mound and bubble up in her.
yeah, hey, Gil Cole said he did take a picture when he got him. He sent it to your email.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw
Oh,
that. That's why I was telling you to also see if he could send me a picture of the tracking number that I sent him, so
oh,
that way when I go in there, I can throw that in their face. But yeah, I did see that, so I'm gonna jump on that tomorrow and make sure I get it taken care of because I want you to be able to enjoy both of them. You won the bet. It was 2 candles. You should have been able to enjoy both of your candles. Uh, I lost. That's all I can say about it. I can't believe Joe Joyce went out there and just fucking tried to box, gained all that damn weight, and got knocked. I saw the footage,
what?
the highlights. I'm talking about when Parker, when Joe Joyce put hands on Parker. I said it
Oh,
backwards, didn't I?
yeah.
Yeah, I said Joyce lost. I wish he had lost. I'd have been dancing. I got some money. I lost the bet on the betting app and lost the Gil code. Oh, I'm still shook up about it.
Damn.
Not that bad though. Congratulations, Gil Cole. I couldn't keep beating you like that. You probably would have stopped messing with me. You was like, damn, MZ won't let me win. So I had to give him something. I didn't want to give him that though. Let me not pretend. Back to Myers and Baumgartner.
I mean, I think it's a small chance that Michaela Mayer could go out there and almost shut Baumgartner out.
Ooh, now you just said something big there. She could.
I mean, it's the highest level competition she done ever fought. So,
But did she beat somebody to get the belts?
yeah, she beat Terry Harper, but I mean, Terry Harper started boxing late. She was kind of learning on the job,
Ooh, way to just shoot down that lady accomplishments like that.
I mean, that's just the facts. She started boxing late. She basically learned everything she learned in the pro.
So this I have to just throw this curveball out there because Helenius and Wilder is in the fight. Do you look at Wilder like that? He learning on the job.
I mean, he did win a bronze medal, so you can't really say that.
You can't say what. Let's
he
be
learned
honest.
on the job. I mean,
let's
he went to the Olympics and won bronze in the Olympics.
No, you don't win bronze. You don't. You get gave bronze.
Man,
you do. You get
way to shoot down that man accomplishment. Man.
I'm not shooting it down. He is a bronze medalist. True, but let's be real. When you get a bronze medal, it's because you got kicked out of the you got kicked out of the top notches. Here,
he won third place. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot of motherfuckers in fourth and fifth place who he did beat. So,
and I appreciate that, but I'm just saying, he is learning on the job. He is learning on the job. Trey X is speaking in. He say, "Always remember, OG, you can shear a sheep 1,000,000 times, but you can only skin him once." I feel you. You're right. But you can shear him as long as his hair grow. He could be like one of these fellas that I be seeing walking around here. They shit just stop growing. Then you might well go ahead and hit him in his head and keep it moving.
But to answer your question, though, I mean, yeah, to some degree, Wilder is learning on the job. That's why these little Fury fans who want to call him the greatest heavyweight of all time off beating Wilder, I think that's some BS. Because before that, he was Beyonce Wilder because he ain't had no experience and no technique and blah blah blah. But now since Fury beat him, Fury the greatest thing since Ali.
Well, you make a good point there. But in order for them to elevate Fury that way, that would have to elevate Wilder as well. And
which they're not gonna do.
Right, they're not gonna do that. Trey X beating me up right now. He said, if you really understand how many fights you have to win to even make it to the Olympics in the first place, you might think differently. Oh, Trey, being an Olympian is great. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you don't win bronze. That's all I'm saying. I'm only saying that because I've heard so many people get bronze say, I really didn't win bronze.
Well, let me say this. You win bronze, but you lose the silver and the gold. But you still win the bronze.
Yeah, you gain the bronze by losing.
Well, by beating everybody else who did medal too, see.
Well, I guess it'd be pretty messed up to give a fourth place a medal. There's only 3 tiers up there.
All right.
The dude that was the best or the lady that was the best and then the other 2. Nobody remembers second place.
I mean, people remember Shakur Stevenson got silver, didn't he?
Okay, you kind of missing what I'm saying. You kind of missing what I'm saying. Way to shoot a hole in my thing. I'm saying nobody remembers second. So truly, who goes back and say, you know what, Floyd Mayweather got a bronze? We only know that story because we seen so many people complain about him taking that loss. In no way am I taking away from the man's accomplishments of making it to the Olympics because him starting to fight at such a late age and to be able to go to the Olympics and do all that stuff, to me, that's an American story. That's an American success story that people should be telling instead of trying to say that the man wasn't nothing. Like you said, calling him Beyonce Wilder and all that nonsense. Instead of just looking at him and saying, dude, this dude really put himself in a fantastic situation. He and his family. He came from nothing and turn into a millionaire. Him and his babies are set. To me, that's all a father wants to do for him and his family. So I'm his taking away from his bronze. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that listening to the ones that have won bronze, a lot of them don't look at that as the greatest, as a great accomplishment. Yes, I did get a bronze medal, but it's a bronze medal.
I feel you, man.
But Trey is right. We make money off the backs of the silver medalists and the bronze medalists. Floyd Mayweather's a silver medalist. Shakur Stevenson, he's finna make money, and I'm pretty sure I think he's gonna have a great career. I think people being a little too hard on him, but I think that dude is out of the young guys. I think he and Tank may be the best fight. I'm not taking away from Devin because I think Devin will be in there too. And those two youngsters might surprise us when it comes down to fighting Tank. I'm not saying that Tank ain't got skills because I think Tank can box and everything too, but all three of them been dealing with each other for so long. And I think the baby world beater, in my opinion, I think he the best out of the three. I do. And when it comes time to them to start fighting, I got a feeling I'm going to ride with him over the other two. But we'll see how it goes. Just remember that I said that's today. YouTube will keep it for me.
Talking about Shakur, think he the best?
Yeah, I think so. I like when it comes to fights and the boxing. I like the dude that use the ring and box. Like I said, I don't care if you really don't get knocked out. That's a plus. But if you out there getting pieced up and touched, then that's what I go to. What's up? My brother, who ain't sick no more, Trey X in the house.
Yeah, I had to come speak on this metal little controversy that you got going on.
That how you summon Trey X? You started talking about the metal.
Yeah.
You fucking with the man pedigree scale. Okay?
Oh, that didn't even cross my mind.
But don't no youngster grow up thinking, man, I want to grow up and win a bronze medal. I want to grow up and win a silver medal. So at that time, when they emotional because they did not reach their goal, they might say something like they're not proud of their medal. Really, I only heard Floyd get mad because he said he didn't earn a bronze. He was given a bronze. I think that's what you was talking about. But most overall, when I see fighters win bronze and silver, they be proud. When Wilder won bronze, he was proud. He felt like he won that shit. When I saw Keyshawn Davis, when he won his silver, he looked proud to win his silver. Shakur Stevenson didn't look proud because he felt like he should have been given a gold, but he didn't make it clear enough. You know what I'm saying? But overall, like Suleiman Sissoko, when he won bronze, my bad, he looked like he was proud to win that shit. Sofiane Umihar, when he won silver, he looked like he was proud to win that shit. So now I don't like the thought of a great accomplishment because, like, even to get there from the United States, you got to win a national championship. You got to go to the Olympic trials and all this shit, win there. Then you got to go to the Olympics and win there. Like, you got to win, like, shit, to get us bronze medal, you got to fuck around and win like a dozen fights. You got to go out there and win over 36 rounds to go win a bronze. And we about to sit up here and act like that ain't nothing to be proud of. You lost your way to a bronze? Hell no. That's an accumulation of a lifetime of work put into that. And you can honestly say that if you win a bronze, there's only two people in the world that can say that they better than you out of all these motherfuckers that box. I think that is a great accomplishment. And I think that it holds some weight because whenever I see somebody, they got a limited amateur background and this other motherfucker got a bronze medal, I drop that bet on that bronze medalist and we come back winning. Perfect time on the background noise, but you ain't gonna kill my buzz. I'm square business about these medals, nigga. We get paid off that shit. So yeah, nigga, bronze medal. That's a win.
Square business.
Yeah.
What happened to MZ?
It sounds like somebody that came in talking to him or something. Yeah, that's an accomplishment winning bronze.
Okay. I'm back. In my defense, you're right. I heard Floyd say that, but I didn't say just boxing when it comes to the bronze, because I also heard America's basketball team say the same thing. You know, Cats was like, dude, we got the bronze. You know, the bronze.
Okay,
And-
but look, American basketball are known for being a powerhouse. They are expected to dominate the world in basketball.
I
So
feel
them,
it.
so them winning a bronze is way different, OG.
I feel you, but you know, I'm still putting up the good fight right now.
Nah,
And
but
then
think about
you
this
did
too.
hear me say that it's a great American story that should be told. That Wilder did accomplish that. I'm not taking away from it. I'm just saying, dang, I would like better than the bronze.
Man, if you're gonna put the Americans into this, Americans send younger people to the Olympics. The rest of the world is sending 26-year-old people, and we sending 19-year-olds, and we supposed to think that they didn't accomplish something because they won bronze. Like, come on, man, think about that, OG. These people are going against, they fighting grown men. We sending kids to fight grown men, and somehow it's not an accomplishment when they get so far in the tournament. And an American is not a very common for them to be the favorite. Most of the time, the favorite in the weight class comes from a foreign country. You know, most of the top favorites in the tournament because they so old and accomplished. These motherfuckers got 300 amateur fights. We send the kid that got 90, and they ain't the favorite or nothing. And then when they get bronze, that's not a win. That's a win. And I'm gonna tell you where else it's a win. It's a win in their pocketbooks when they turn pro. Because the more decoration that you got as an amateur, that's the bigger that your check gonna be out the gate. I know some people that turned pro and got $800 when they turned pro. I knew Americo Santos, he got 20 grand when he turned pro, and he wasn't even an Olympian. So think about a motherfucker that go win an Olympic bronze medal. Nigga, you can come demanding more money for your fights. It's a win. It's a win all the way around. Either way, the only way that it ain't a win is because, like I said, when you're growing up as a kid, you don't plan on going to win a bronze or silver medal. But it's still a win overall, though. And when they calm down and get their thoughts together and they look over at that medal, if they won it righteously and it wasn't a robbery, they're going to feel a sense of pride in their heart. And overall, I see pride in people that be on that podium getting silver and bronze, not just gold.
I feel you on that. And I guess the kid in me is what's complaining because, yeah, I feel you on that. A kid don't grow up saying, I want to win a silver or a bronze. That's like the dude standing there and y'all getting ready to pick for basketball. And instead of him saying, I got first pick, this nigga screams, I got second.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's also like you brought up basketball, a sport that you play. Like, nigga, I done went so hard in sparring sometime that I couldn't even eat for like 2 days because my jaw and shit is so sore that I can't even chew my food. I can barely even hold cups when I get home because I've been balling my fist up so tight. Basketball players don't know nothing about that. They ain't going through that shit. So they grow, they spend their life playing a sport. These fighters ain't playing no sport. Ain't nothing play about this. This is life or death in this motherfucker. So I look at it as a total different entity than something like basketball or track and field and all that. Yeah, you play that shit, but you don't play boxing. So that's why I got a different view on that shit.
I feel you. And we're going to have to sit down one day and interview you and hear a sparring story. I mean, a good one.
I done told a lot of them on the online.
Yeah, I remember
He told one yesterday, didn't? On the.
I'm trying to remember if it was Trey X that was boxing that the girl came in there. He had to put hands on her too.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, you talking about
he
Rebecca?
Did Earl Spence.
Yeah, you
he
talking
did
about
Earl Spence to Clarissa Shields.
I ain't gonna lie though, I didn't really tell that story as accurately as I should have because, to be honest, because like when I told the story, I said I did it without thinking. I actually did think to do that shit. I just didn't know it was gonna have the reaction that it was that it had. You know what I'm saying? Because she coming at me pretty hard, and I'm like, man, I need to keep our ass honest and come back with a little something. But I just didn't know I was gonna knock her ass across the ring. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's usually how it happens. You know, you punch a girl, she go across the ring. Especially when she ain't expected to be coming.
Came back with the right hand and brought back the hook on her motherfucker. But if you see her though, you'll be like, okay, I understand, because she don't look like Carissa or nothing. Like this, yeah, nigga, this a monster, nigga, that I'm talking about.
You might should Deja Green in there.
I don't know who that is, but if she a monster, it's something like that. You know? Yeah, this is a big old girl, man. She tall, she built real strong and shit. Yeah.
Okay. We got Hyphy chiming in at 9:51. He said this Wilder Helenius fight is do or die for the PBC. If the fight doesn't turn a profit, their working relationship is done. I don't know, cause I don't even know how their working relationship is looking. So Hyphy, you're gonna have to give me some better insight on that. Maybe they coming up to terms of renegotiating their contract with PBC and Fox. I don't know, but I don't know if it would say their relationship is over with. But it's a possibility. You know, boxing is being fickle these last few months. We can't get an undisputed fight. An undisputed champion wins and has to bow down the second time in the second fight to protect the belts that he won. But, you know, this is boxing and we like it, so it is what it is. Some things, you know, we don't want to accept, but we have to, because we don't come together as one voice and really make our disgruntledness felt. J1 Pro says, I think a fight between Shakur and Tank will settle who the best for the rising stars are. I feel that that's my 1 and 2 guys, and I like Shakur better than Tank as far as watching him box. I love Tank, but I'm more partial to the boxer. I've always been more partial to the boxer than the puncher or the knockout artist. But we all get excited when somebody gets knocked out. I get excited when I see somebody go out there and just put hands on you and you can't do nothing about it. They could make you miss. They could slip. They could move. They could use their feet. All that stuff. All that's exciting to me, because you get to see the whole ballet of boxing. When you got a pure boxer in there, you get to see everything. And if you blessed to see him put enough hands on the person to stop him or put him out, that's the icing on the cake.
And I almost get disgusted when I hear about Tank Davis. The motherfucker don't fight nobody. He ain't fought nobody since Pedraza. And he still be mentioning that shit too, man. He was telling Rolly, who was that who he was talking? I think it might have been Rolly. But he was talking to somebody. He was talking about Devin Haney. Before Devin Haney fought Kambosos. He was like, oh man, you don't fight nobody. Everybody fights somebody except for you. And he started talking about how he fought Pedraza. Nigga, that shit was a long fucking time ago. Like, bro, how long are you gonna live off that one win? And then you talking about you got a big ass announcement and shit coming up, and it ended up being Barrios. Got everybody all on the edge of their seat for that shit, and then we paid for it like some dumb motherfuckers. And we continue to pay for that shit.
Now that you on here to answer that question about the Wilder fight, like I said, I'm gonna be at work. But if the channel, if y'all gonna call it, I shoot the funds up so y'all can get the fight, so you can call it, so I can listen to it at work.
Shit, yeah, but we got to buy the shit twice though, cause we, you know what I'm saying, we in 2 different locations. I'm in Texas, he out there in California. So I guess you could say you got half on it with us. I ain't want to get a motherfucker none of my money though. I ain't not like paying for a dude coming off 2 knockout losses. I'm supposed to be excited to pay for that shit. I don't even like the message that we sending that the PBC, because I feel like they greedy as fuck. I don't see the other people putting on shit like that all the time on pay-per-view. Luis Ortiz versus Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz versus what's the dude that Wilder knocked the fuck out?
Ariola.
the Charles Martin versus Luis Ortiz and all that kind of shit, man. Hey, that shit is out of control. And we sitting up here buying that shit, sending them the message that we cool with that. We with that. Like, nah, that's bullshit. Top Rank them putting on great fights. Like people talk about Top Rank, talk about Bob Brown, man, them motherfucker putting on the great fights. And them hoes free. If they ain't free, they on ESPN Plus. Shit, I'm rocking with Top Rank right now.
Hey, y'all calling that Marshall Shields fight?
That shit too early, man. Marlo gonna be at work.
Oh,
Yeah, that shit in the UK. That's why we mainly be on them fights that be at nighttime, because he don't get off to like I think like 5 o'clock out there, Pacific time. You know what I'm saying?
Dang, I can't win for losing.
Yeah, I don't. I just feel like that damn Al Heyman, them motherfuckers is greedy. I swear, man. Every time you look around, they want us to pay for a pay-per-view. And then out of all the pay-per-views, how many of them do you feel like is worth it? We buy pay-per-views and get buyer's remorse. A pay-per-view is supposed to be a great event. That's how it used to be back in the day. I used to consider pay-per-view days holidays. I was happy to buy a pay-per-view. I know they wasn't that expensive back in the day, but I just felt like the overall product that we got was just on another level. You know what I'm saying? So
pay-per-view has come a little saturated. I can agree with you on that. It's too many of them.
But who the one that's oversaturating the game? I see the PBC is the one that's oversaturating the game with the pay-per-views.
And that I would say that's to be expected, seeing that one of the main people or one of the big names over there is the person that helped make pay-per-view be big. So they thinking it, and I'm just spitballing here, they thinking that formula still works. The way they move in Tank, like you said, it's not a good taste or fit to move him and talk about, the belts aren't important. I'm a boxing fan. And I know a lot of boxing fans, for what they reasons, they don't care about the belts and stuff like that. But I'm one of those people that if I'm watching a sport, I want to see that person hold up that thing and say, hey, I'm the best. Okay, so they have to hold up 4 of them in order to say I am truly the best. But yeah, I like to see that. And if Tank gonna say that he's one of the best, yeah, he has had a title, and he's also lost it on the scale. I won't hold that against him because other people have lost him on the scale. But those champions went to get their belts back. Tank is not doing it. And to throw rocks at Devin Haney, because Devin, regardless of what anybody says about him, the dude went and did what he's supposed to do. He got all the hardware. He has separated himself from all the other guys at 135 and became the champion, undisputed. And nobody can argue that.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't really give a fuck about the belts. I mean, if you look at Kambosos, if you look at that fight, you can say, well, oh yeah, it's a big deal because he won undisputed. But what the fuck is Kambosos, a B-level fighter? So we sitting up here celebrating a B-level win because it got some belts attached to it. I prefer the names. Mayweather was never undisputed. Got all kind of respect because he fought names. They want Tank Davis to be Money Mayweather without first being Pretty Boy Floyd Mayweather and fighting the names on the way up to building up your resume to become this big pay-per-view star. Floyd earned that shit. He didn't just come out one day and say, I'm a pay-per-view star. Like, he earned his way to be that. He got wins. The most significant one was his win over De La Hoya.
Right.
Tank ain't got to go through that, though. Go ahead.
What I was going to say, the separation of that, the reason I'm giving Haney his respect, because we really haven't heard Haney screaming about being the cash cow. At least I haven't really heard it. I've heard him say he make money being with over there with the zone, which I consider him putting the ski mask on and going over there to do what he done. Kambosos, in my opinion, was the only way Devin was going to get his hands on those belts. Let's be real about Lomachenko. Lomachenko gave up a belt not to face Devin, and then they started playing keep away from the good fighters, the fighters that was really attacking that belt. So it's just the way that he went after it and got all of them, which make me say, hey, I can respect that. Some people that hold belts I can't respect. You know, you fight for a vacant belt, and then you talking noise to everybody else. that's kind of weak to me. You fought for, you know what I'm saying? You fought for something that nobody was holding.
Okay, so what if you fight for a vacant belt against an A-level fighter? Or on the flip side, you fight for undisputed against a C-level fighter. Which one I'm supposed to respect more? If you go out there and beat,
if you beat the A-level fighter for a belt that's vacated, and then you turn around and defend that belt, I give you the more respect because you fought the harder fighter. But
exactly.
at the same time, the only reason that belt ended up in I'm gonna just be real, a weak Kambosos' hands, because Teofimo Lopez got his hands on the belt, which I did root for him to beat Lomachenko because I thought he would really fight after he got the belts. I thought he would be one of those guys that would put up the fight. But as soon as he got it, he turned into a diva. That's how Kambosos ended up getting his hands on it. People start playing games and they screw themselves.
What's the name of the dude that Terrence Crawford beat for undisputed?
I don't know what the name of that dude
Yeah,
is,
exactly.
but I know he did fight
Julius
somebody.
Indongo.
I know what his name is, but I just proved the point. He beat that man for 2 belts, and you don't even know his fucking name.
I was thinking about the belt that he fought for, the vacated belt that he fought for.
I said for undisputed. He had 2 belts, and Dongo had 2 belts. They fought for undisputed. That's the question I asked. But since he fought him for undisputed and took 2 belts from him, we supposed to elevate that win and just make that something special. That shit ain't special to me. I'm not impressed with no damn Indongo. I don't give a fuck if you beat him for 6 belts. I don't give a damn. I'm about the names. Who have you fought? When we think about the great fighters in the past, we think about the fights. I could start rattling off stats. I ain't just saying I'm the best at it, but I can name off a few stats, and people probably wouldn't even recognize that shit. But if I start naming Rumble in the Jungle, Thriller in Manila, I start naming De La Hoya Trinidad, I start naming these fighters, everybody gonna know what I'm talking about because that's what people really care about. The nerds, the boxing nerds might care about the belts and all that kind of shit. But people know about the fights. When you think about your childhood or whatever, you think about Marvin Hagler and stuff like that, you ain't thinking about belts and shit all like that, man. You thinking about John the Beast Mugabe, you thinking about Roberto Duran, you think about him versus Tommy Hearns, you thinking about him versus Sugar Ray. That's what you thinking about.
Yeah, but okay.
Go ahead.
On that note, bro, I feel what you're saying, but I also let my mind open up to the fact that I can only let you be against who's in your, they fought each other because they were there. And, we didn't have all this other side of the street and stuff. It wasn't as many promoters. These promoters was working together to make that money and put the fights on. Now, it's a whole bunch of different roadblocks in. But I understand what you're saying. We do have some better names that they could fight, but they can only fight who's in front of them. And when everybody thinking a dumb way and not really, like you said, they want the Money Mayweather type of fortune and fame without being pretty boy. And I don't see how that's going to work. You got to fight. You have to fight.
Well, see, speaking of that right there and how they move and Tank, I think that's a win-win for Floyd because Floyd get to make a lot of money off Tank promoting his fights and stuff. And Tank never surpassed because he never surpassed the shit that Floyd liked to brag about. I beat this many champions. I took this belt off this person. So Tank ain't really fighting nobody. So Floyd ain't got to worry about him actually being better than him or having more accomplishments than him. Because I don't think Floyd want that. I think Floyd just want to make money out the kid, but he don't want the kid to be better than him or surpass him.
That's a good point.
I just think that's a win-win for Floyd, really. That's
a heck of a point. But that also, to me, it also makes you say, did they really pay attention to what Floyd Mayweather did, or are they just seeing the money that he got? Because, like you said, that is a bragging point that he has. I beat more champions than anybody in boxing.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big selling point. So in order for him to have gotten that money, he had to go through these champions. And I think that's what these guys are missing out on. That's all I can say on that.
I know for me, man, let's say you got a fighter and he don't never win a belt. Man, as a matter of fact, the greatest fighter of all time ain't never won a belt. Sam Langford ain't never been a champion, a world champion. He won in Mexico, he won in Australia and shit like that. But he has never won a major belt, and most historians consider him the greatest of all time. Especially the major historian. You know, some people say they're historians and they'll say Sugar Ray Robinson and stuff, but the hardcore historians like Scrapbook and even Hardline, they have Sam Langford number one. Number two, they got Harry Greb, and Harry Greb did win the belt. He won at middleweight. He won the main championship at middleweight, and he lost it to Tiger Flowers, as a matter of fact. And at light heavyweight, he won the United States light heavyweight title, but he didn't win the main championship. And they got him number 2 of all time. You know why? Because of all them names on his resume. When you look at somebody like Harry Greb that went 33-9-6 against Hall of Famers, that's what's jumping out to these historians. Damn the belts. It's about who you fought. That's what's gonna cement your legacy in the annals of boxing. Who did you fight?
Mm.
Explain that. How is the number 1 fighter of all time, Sam Langford? How is he held in such high regard without ever winning a belt, OG?
Like you said, it would have to be who he fought.
You get out here.
It would have to. It would, like you said. I get what you're saying, but on the same time, I'm saying, you know, when the era changed, you can only fight who you fight. Some people get a bad rap of where they place is in history because they didn't have the competition to make people look at them and say, man, he was great or she was great, because the competition sucked.
Well, this is a thing though. The era has changed, and it has came a time where black fighters, they can fight for championships, and you got people like Floyd Mayweather bragging about all the champions that he fought. And if you look at major lists, you'll see Floyd in the teens. Last time I saw a list, he was like ranked number 16 all time with all them champions he beat, all them belts, and he still ain't fucking with Sam Langford and Harry Greb. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Like,
right.
Yeah. So the historians, they seem to be favoring them names over them belts.
I can understand it.
If you think about who they were fighting, I mean, think about it. You got somebody that's going basically from featherweight to heavyweight, if you want to include the amateurs. But as a professional, he went from like lightweight to heavyweight. You think about who he's fighting people like Joe Gans, Barbados Joe Walcott, fighting Jack Johnson, and all these motherfuckers.
Ooh,
and I'm supposed to sit up here and think somebody that won some belts from an Indongo or some shit, and he was undisputed. He's supposed to be ranked up there with Sam Langford because of belts. Like,
well, I'm gonna tell you right now a thing that's like just vibing in my mind, bouncing from wall to wall. Did you say lightweight?
Yeah, lightweight to heavyweight.
Ooh, man, that's a lot of weight.
Yeah, it is.
that right there, you know, listening to that's an accomplishment in itself.
Well, the guy number 2, Harry Greb, he didn't fight in that many weight classes. I think he fought mainly middleweight and light heavyweight. And he died when he was 26 years old. And he's still ranked number 2 all time over all these belt-getting motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's about the names, man. I'm trying to tell you. Like when we sitting up here, what we cry about the most when it comes to boxing. Do we cry that this fighter don't get an opportunity for a belt? Or do we cry because we want to see Spence and Earl? Or did we cry before because we wanted to see Wilder versus Joshua? That's the kind of shit that we talk about.
We cried because we wanted to see Wilder versus Joshua. We whined because we wanted to see Spence versus Crawford, Tank versus Haney or Shakur, or one of them. Canelo. I'll say this twice. Canelo fighting
Charlo,
Benavidez or
Benavidez.
Charlo or Andre. If he had fought one of them, I think I could have been satisfied on him fighting. But because he got the computer all thing, I got a problem with that still. Because I can't get past cheating. I'm sorry. That part right there just made me prejudiced against you through and through. So yeah, I feel what you're saying. for me, I can't pretend like Canelo fought big names because he hasn't. The big names that he fought, that I feel he lost to Floyd, and people feel like he lost to Laura, and some people say he lost to Triple G, which I don't really put Triple G. I don't hold him that high either. For the simple reason that they ran Andre Ward to fight somebody higher instead of him fighting that man. It's a lot of stuff that go on with these fighters and certain things that I don't give. But what you saying, names fighting, names where it's fights that people want to see, like you said, Wilder versus Joshua, Tank against Shakur against Haney. I want to see all those fights.
Yeah,
Now,
like really think about it. If I really we really put it to the test, which one would you rather see? Crawford versus Ndongo for undisputed, or Earl versus Crawford in a 10-round fight with no belt on the line?
I watched Earl and Crawford because I don't.
Thank you.
I'm not an Ndongo fan, so he means nothing to me like Earl and Crawford do, and that's because I feel like Earl has the goods. I feel like Crawford has the good, but I feel like Earl better. But to take, and that's the fan in me, because in order to watch it, you got to be a fan. You can't just be watching it just to be dumb watching it. So yeah, I take those names over Ndongo and Crawford for undisputed.
Well, there we go. Then you just basically said that you would rather have the names over the belts. Boom! I rest my case.
I feel you try to turn that corner and rest your case, but on the tail end of that, I'm still that guy that likes to say it makes it even sweeter. Maybe I can put it like this: Charlo is a good name.
It's a cherry on top, but it's still a sundae without the cherry.
But I need the cherry. So I feel what you're saying. Charlo.
No, you don't. You don't need that cherry because you just said that you don't need it. If you would rather, Crawford versus Spence in a 6-round fight, or Crawford versus Ndongo in a 12-round fight for undisputed, which one you going with?
We might as well go down to the 4 rounds. That's
what I'm saying, my brother. When it comes down to it, damn them belts when we got some good names that we can get.
But I'll take a great name and the belt every day.
Yeah.
But we're not privy to get that. Back in the day, we was a little more privy to get that. Now, so much bullshit. It's just sickening. Hyphy talking shit. And he's been talking it for a little while. Derek Bailey in the house. I want to say what's up to Derek Bailey, but I'm not going to disrespect Hyphy. I'm going to read what he's saying.
Salute to my man.
Keyshawn is a little hoe that want to be the next Crawford while being a slave for Floyd. Would you like to touch on that? Or maybe social scientist. Socially minded. You've been kind of quiet. Would you like to touch on that?
Oh, he talking about Keyshawn Davis. Keep calling out, saying that he would be him and Floyd would be great business partners because he loved the way Floyd mind work. He want Floyd to get in touch with him and all this crazy shit. So
he remind me of Floyd. He always reminded me of Floyd, like the way he act.
I mean, if this nigga was really Floyd, he'd go do the shit himself. I don't know why he asking Floyd. Like, I don't know why anybody would want to be under Floyd, because I just think Floyd don't want you to be better than him. So.
Well, the thing with that is, I would think, this is how I think. You look at Floyd, you want to kind of pick his brain. So, yeah, if you have to go in there, you go in there with a game plan. You go in there to learn as much as you can and get out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you can't just say, why you don't just do it yourself? Because you got to know Floyd is some bumps and bruises that he had to take. If you could dodge those bumps and bruises and those potholes, then you better for it. So I could see the reason for wanting to work with him, but I think Tank is kind of an example of, if you're going to work with Floyd, I think you should pay a lot more attention, not just Tank, but AB as well, because AB seems in so much to be chewed up and thrown to the side a little bit. And I could blame that on him and on I guess, Floyd and them, depending on how you want to look at it.
Hey, my bad, Trey. I ain't mean to cut you all the way off.
I was just gonna say, Like what y'all talking about right now, I think we giving Floyd too much credit. What the fuck is there to learn? Unless you're gonna learn some boxing technique. But if you're going to learn about the business, what is it to it? You just fight Mexicans because they very passionate and they gonna support the fighters and they gonna pay to see you lose. Stay away from the black fighters. Stay away from low risk, high reward. Make everything low risk, high reward. I mean, stay away from high risk, low reward, and pay attention to low risk, high reward. What is there to it? I mean, we sitting up here looking at the shit. Like look how Tank moving. Don't fight nobody black. Broner tried to do the same thing, except he chose the wrong Latino. He should have went and got him a Mexican. He went out there and got him an Argentinian fight and got his ass tore off the bone.
Tore off. Got tore off.
His ass whooped.
That
I don't
damn
even see
dude.
what it is to learn, OG.
I always feel like it's always something that you can learn. It's always something. You know, Floyd know, like as far as you know, like you said, it might be something that you learn from the fighting thing. Floyd know how to look out for motherfuckers that's trying to cheat him. Whatever you can learn,
you definitely can learn, but I don't know if it's enough to alter your life and follow.
That's why I said, you know, get in, get what you can, and get out.
That shit might be one conversation.
If that's all it is, if it's just one conversation, then shoot, that's less time you have to spend dealing with him and his ego, and more time you can deal with getting yourself ready to try to go through these rankings.
Let me tell you how these fighters thinking, man. Keyshawn called himself the businessman. Okay. And when he done that shit, when he named himself the businessman, I started looking at him kind of side-eye a little bit when he started doing that shit. And like Little B-Hop, before he lost to Hector Garcia, he said that his goal was to fight for at least $1 million a fight and fight one time a year. That's how these fighters looking at it. They look at that as success. Like you just got to fight one time, you get you about $1 million, and then you can sit down. Like Gary Russell type shit. You know what I'm saying? So him saying that he want to talk to Floyd, because he want to be the money man. That's all it is to it. He don't give a fuck about no legacy or none of that shit. He see how Tank being moved over there. He see that man ain't fighting nobody. So why would you want to go over there and be under Floyd? Unless you want to be in the same position as Tank. You make a bunch of money, fight on pay-per-view, ain't got to fight no goddamn body. You can fight Rolly Romero, and we gonna buy the shit like some dumb sheep motherfuckers. And that's success.
I feel you on that one. Hyphy ringing in again, where Shakur actually did damage on the international amateur scene, unlike Haney, Devin. Wait, what? Ain't Devin and Haney the same person?
Yeah.
Colbert, Big Baby. He tried to pull an ESPN and put the man name up there twice so we could double dip him.
You're right. That's why we got Shakur as world beater, and the other guys ain't.
That's right. And I think I called him Baby World Beater earlier. I think he my number one. Regardless of how anybody feels, to me, he out of the young guys that's in that little bitty weight class, to me, he's my favorite. He's my favorite.
That's a little bitty weight class.
I'm gonna be honest, man. I know I sound pessimistic as fuck, but like when it comes to like them type of fighters, it's hard for me to really get behind them 100% because like they fighting with the classic American black style, but I don't feel like they perfecting it. When I go and look at the old fighters in the past, I just think they a lot better. Hyphy asked the question the other day, and he said, who was y'all favorite fighters to watch? I didn't have not one black fighter on my list. A lot of people were saying Earl, and they were saying Tank and all that kind of shit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't look at them as like being great skill motherfucker. Like if I had a fighter that I was bringing up, I wouldn't turn on no tape of Tank Davis and tell him to fight like that. I like Tank when he catch you. When he catch you with something, that's when I start liking Tank. But all of that shit in between, I'm not super impressed with that shit. When he asked me my list, I had fighters that bring a good fight every single time. I had Navarrete, I had Benavidez, and I had Bam Rodriguez. Because I just feel like they consistently bring good fights. And with Bam Rodriguez, he got skills to go with the action. So I had him number one. I'm not saying that they better than these motherfuckers. I just know that they gonna bring the action But when it comes to the fighters that supposed to be quote unquote skilled, I don't know if they gonna bring that A-level skill shit. Like even Shakur, we look at him A-level, and he the type of guy that can hit you with 30% of his punches, and he only lets you hit him with like 14%, and I respect that. But it's still a man that stand up too straight and shit, man. Like I keep on saying that shit over and over and over again. And then his last fight, he had people saying that he got hit too much. You're a great defensive fighter, and you got people saying that you got hit too much in your fight. How many times did we watch Mayweather say he got hit too much? You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
I can remember some people saying that he got hit too much, and that's only because you be like you used to him not getting hit, and when somebody end up touching him a little more, you be like, oh man, he getting hit too much, you know. But on the real, I feel you because I heard you say more than one time about boxers standing straight up, but I just look at his ceiling is being, you know, I think he has a high ceiling. And I'm more partial to the guys that show the ability to box first, knock out second, and be flashy last.
For this era, he is up there like A-level. But if we compare him to the whole fight game history, he don't compare to me. You know what I'm saying?
Because it's a lot much better. Because I would have named Pernell Whitaker as one of those fighters.
I think Pernell Whitaker beat the brakes off of him.
To my Shakur.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I think Pernell.
I don't particularly enjoy watching Shakur fight, but you know that's just me.
I'm not as hard on him as a lot of people, because like a lot of people, they want like the straight action and shit. Like some people say that he put them to sleep and all that. I don't feel that way about him, but I don't rate him like the fighters of the past, like Mayweather. I don't think he good as Mayweather. You know what I'm saying? Sweet Pea Whitaker, Sugar Ray Leonard. I don't think he good as none of them dudes. I don't even think he, like, if he get up to where he like at 140 or some shit, I'll take El Radar over that motherfucker. Wilfred Benitez, I think he'll go out there and get right on his ass. I mean, you can't forget that Benitez did beat Roberto Duran. He beat the shit out of Duran at 54. He was just way too fast for that dude. He got a win over a Hall of Famer. This man Shakur ain't got one win over a Hall of Famer. I'm not saying that he ain't gonna get one day. Maybe somehow he'll get one. But I don't think it's crazy to be saying that people that got wins over Hall of Famers might get with his ass. You know what I'm saying? Especially one like Duran. Imagine the Roberto Duran versus Shakur Stevenson at 130, 135.
Oh, Little Hands of Stone gonna walk through him.
Come on, man. So that's why I say, how good are these guys really?
But now I do have to, you know, I got to play this side real quick. Let's just think about it. They ain't got no Hall of Famers to fight right now.
Yeah, but they ain't even got that talent level.
That's what I'm saying. You got to have the talent level in order to have that Hall of Famer. So right now, this era, like you said, for this era, he the top. He at the top. In eras that we know from the past where we knew how those dudes got down. No, he's not. He's low level.
It's like the less that you know, the better. Like if you don't know nothing about boxing except for this era, you can live in bliss. But if you really been putting your due diligence in and you've been learning and studying the game, it brings the motherfuckers back down to earth. They don't look quite like Superman no more. You know what I'm saying? Like I can name off 10 fighters and we'll probably pick all 10 of them to beat these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? That's what they don't even make the list.
Yeah, I feel you.
Every fighter I see coming up, these youngsters got their back straight as a motherfucker out there, man. I'm talking about big targets. Like, damn, y'all, what happened to make yourself a smaller target, man? You the mongoose going against the cobra. What happened to that? Oh, it's about maintaining range. Oh, he maintains range so good. I think people just say that shit because they don't really know what else to compliment him on. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the easiest thing to say. Oh, he controls range so good. Why we wasn't saying that shit about Sugar Ray Robinson and all them motherfuckers when we look at they tape? Oh, look how good he controls range. It's so much other shit that we compliment him on. But when it comes to Shakur Stevenson, all we say, oh, he control range. I pay attention to that shit, bro. That shit just stands out to me.
I guess when I look at sports as they change, I let my mindset on how I'm looking at these boys change with it. Just to touch on it, not to change it up. Jordan, LeBron. A lot of the old school cats be like, I'm blaspheming when I say that dude is the best in this era. And the first thing they say, he couldn't fuck with Jordan. I'm like, yeah, but this ain't Jordan's era. I got to give him what he got for his era. If his era is trash and he the best trash man, you got to let it be he the best trash man. That's just what it is. But when you got a whole bunch of trash men and damn, that boy there dumped 6-7 cans in 2 seconds. And that boy over there, he was dumping the same amount in a second and a half. I want to see him go head to head. You just got to. That's how I look at them. I try to make sure that I just compare them with who they can deal with, because I know it's impossible to compare them to the Hall of Fame ghosts of the past, because they'll never stand up. They'll never compare.
I mean, they can. It's all about the skills. Like LeBron, he might not be better than Jordan, but you can drop LeBron in any era and he gonna get his paper. I can't. It ain't like I can just name a player after player after player that you would take over LeBron. If you got any kind of sense and you know basketball, when it comes to Shakur, I can name fighter after fighter after fighter. Haney, Tank Davis, I can name fighter after fighter after fighter. Tank Davis been fighting at 140. You gonna take him over Aaron Pryor?
Heck
I'm
no.
not. Aaron Pryor, he ain't even the cream of the crop.
But he could fight, and
But
I feel like he could fight better than what I know about him fighting is I know about Tank fighting. You want to see Aaron Pryor fight because he coming with action and he fight consistently. Tank sometimes try to be a little cute and stuff, and people say he get touched too much, things like that. He can box, but like you said, the dinners that they putting on his plate is not satisfying to the crowd, and people are starting to complain about it.
I've been complaining, and then I still pay for the man pay-per-view. Yeah, I'm on some rebellion type shit right now, man. I ain't gonna lie. I let the fact that I do a YouTube channel and shit, I let that coerce me into doing shit that I really don't be wanting to do. And I'm just like, man, fuck you. I ain't doing this shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Them niggas got to earn my pay-per-view dollars. That's what they need to do, is they start putting together some worthwhile fights, and I will be happy to pay. But not just fighting anybody. You fight Pitbull Cruz, and then I'm supposed to jump up and pay pay-per-view dollars for that? Like, come on, man, let's be for real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
I feel like they punking us, nigga. Like they treating us like we some hoes or something. That's really how I be feeling. Like they treating us like some hoes. Bitch, where my money?
Dang, don't make me look at it like that, because I'm like, shoot, once I start getting fed up with football and basketball, which I haven't watched them in so long because I feel like they just changed the game up. They took football and made it not football, really. Because I'm used to people being able to go out there and smash people. Now it's like, oh, you can't hit him, like that's too hard.
OG, if you call the weed man and you tell him that you want some gas and he bring you some Reggie Miller.
Ooh, you finna have a problem.
Well, I'm saying you didn't get what you was anticipating. You didn't get what you want to pay for. Are you gonna keep on giving him gas money, gas prices for Reggie Miller? Or are you gonna make that motherfucker bring you some gas so you can give him them gas prices?
Oh, shoot, he gonna have to bring some gas. Matter of fact, I'm calling him to figure out what kind of problem we just had.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why we don't have the same attitude with boxing? We want gas and we let them bring us Reggie Miller over and over and over again, and we keep on paying for that shit instead of getting the gas that we wanted. That's what we're doing with Tank Davis. When the last time he gave us some gas?
He haven't, and I think I said it earlier. It's not that we not complaining. It's not enough. It's not enough of us as one voice complaining to make these people feel us.
We complain amongst ourselves, but we still pay. So money talks, bullshit walks. We can
Yeah,
say
well-
we can say what we want to say with two lips, but if you make that purchase, if you hit that button that say buy and record, your money just said yes. Your mouth said no, but your money said yes. We be buying that shit. I done bought every single Tank pay-per-view. I have not missed out on one Tank pay-per-view.
Huh.
I buy all these motherfuckers pay-per-view.
I know, because you called.
Before that, before even doing YouTube, I'm buying Crawford versus Postal and all that shit. I buy everything. Ain't it hardly get no gas. Hell, it comes a time in a man's life where you got to put your foot down. You know what I'm saying? Enough is enough, my brother.
So did you get some gas when you got to Wilder Fury fights?
That was pretty good. Those are some of the. I said rarely. I ain't say never. I say rarely.
No, I didn't think you said never. I was just, I'm just asking. Was they some gas?
Yeah, those were some events. You know what I'm
Pissed me
saying? Yeah. Those are some events, man. Those were good. I don't complain about them. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never have no complaint about buying now one of them pay-per-views. I bought all three of them. You know what I'm saying? But outside of that, man, it ain't really been a lot of them that I'd have been happy about. Shit, I done got better fights on free TV with Top Rank. Them motherfuckers that had undisputed fights and unification fights and all kind of shit. Good fights, undefeated fighters, all kind of shit.
Yeah, I can see how the wave of fights are going lately. Because Top Rank, aren't they involved in this all girls card?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's on ESPN.
Because I think is Clarissa Shields with Top Rank, or is she with?
I think Mayer is, ain't she? The Kane.
Yeah, Mayer with Top Rank.
Okay. Now I'm really trying to figure out what Tony Harris's position is.
He's definitely helping with the coaching.
You think it's the coaching and not promotion?
I think he helping with coaching.
Okay. I thought he might have had a promotion. I thought he probably was promoting.
That's what Lawrence Williams said anyway.
Okay.
I take that nigga word verbatim a lot of the time.
Okay, that's understandable. Hyphy said he's going to be joining us in a little bit, so I guess he can come in here and talk about Johnny Aguilera's is a 4.5 on Trey scale based on his amateur accomplishments. Yet, in the pros, he quit on the stool against someone that was highly favored against and didn't have a deep amateur pedigree.
It ain't no 100% accuracy, but I'm going to tell you right now, give me the dude that's the 4.5 and you take the dude that don't have the amateur pedigree and let's bet on the fight every time and let's see who come out ahead. Give me the 4.5 and you take the 1 or the 0. And I'm going to clean up on your motherfucking ass. It's always going to be an exception. But by and large, how many times I done told you, OG, let's take a fight, and then I say, no, let's cancel the fight, and we still win. Because we take the fucking decorated amateur every time. We don't make bets on fighters that don't have a deep amateur background. And overall, we win.
We get the green, baby.
Shit.
We get the green.
Let me ask you this. Like most of the time when we lose, like let's say I take a guy by decision, but he win by knockout. That's how we'll lose. How many times have I took a fight and he just went out there and flat out got his ass kicked? I can name about 3 of them.
I was going to say, I think it's one that we really considered he got his ass whooped.
No, I could. El Rayo, he went out there with Edwin De Los Santos, but that was a fluke because we took a guy that was 50-5 over somebody that was 259-6, but we didn't have that information. We didn't get that information until they did the broadcast.
Right.
So we would have went with the other guy. So that don't even prove shit because the dude with the deep amateur background won. 259-6 defeated 50-5. So that's one of the ones that we chose got his ass whooped. We took Gabriel Flores, who had a deep amateur background, than my man at 135. I can't think of his name. He a southpaw with a real awkward style. He was 60-5 as an amateur, and he won the Chicago Golden Gloves. and we took Gabriel Flores, who was 91-7 and was a 12-time national champion. We took him over that guy, and Gabriel Flores went out there and got his ass whooped bad. And it was another guy that was a southpaw. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he fought for the zone, and he was winning the fight, coasting easily. And then he got knocked out in the 6th round in a fight that he was winning every single round. Those are the only 3 times where I took a fight and they flat out got their ass kicked. And we done made, right now, I'm 80-44 with my picks. So I done made 124 picks, and it's only been 3 times where I picked somebody that flat out got their ass kicked.
All I know is that I looked at my Bravado thing where you go and look at the transactions and just scroll down and just see a whole bunch of green numbers. After you had texted me about it, we cleaned up. I hurried up and came to the house. Like, let me cut on the computer. And I was like, oh, look at all that those green numbers. Just beautiful.
We're going to let them keep thinking what they want to think, though. It's a reason why I got this gold medal next to my name. I'm a 5 on the pedigree scale. Hyphy.
Yeah, I was reading the Champ Ross, what was it, 14 seasons?
Yeah. It's going into 14.
Yeah, I was reading the list of champions. I was like, okay, it's going down around here.
I wish I would have took that shit seriously in the beginning. I didn't take it seriously until the season that I won.
Yeah, I remember talking to you. You like, oh man, I got to go back and represent. I'm trying to be the first 2 times.
I still got action. Ain't nobody won twice yet. I'm trying to put something down this season. But really, I ain't gonna even lie, man. Most of my thoughts going to these bets. Like, I don't even be talking about that shit as much as I used to. I be thinking about betting this money. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm really trying to grow that shit and kill these motherfuckers. So, we got about five bets that I made. I mean, that I found for this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, we bet 3 of them early, and we just waiting on the final 2.
I don't know why it's something that I don't know. I was like, I want to bet on Clarissa Shields and I want to bet on the girl fights just because we have it. But then somebody was like, why? Who would you bet on? Naturally, I'm gonna bet on the ones I think gonna win.
Yeah, they had way better odds for Clarissa the first time. Now they got Clarissa as the steady favorite. At first, they had Savannah Marshall as the favorite. That was a time for us to get the money on. Now they got Clarissa as the favorite. So it ain't as advantageous, you know what I'm saying? But I don't really like betting against them deep amateurs and shit. So I don't want to bet on the fight. Let the motherfuckers do what they do, and I'm gonna stay out the way. You know what I'm saying? It's another fight too, man, with this guy. His name Michael Angeliti, and he fighting this guy named Jeremy Adorno, who's the brother of Joseph Adorno, who fought a draw against Jermaine Ortiz, the guy that's fighting against Lomachenko. And they got a fight coming up this weekend. They have Michael Angeliti as a slight favorite. He was the number 1 ranked bantamweight in the country. You know what I'm saying? For 3 straight years. He like 2 years older than Jeremy Adorno, but Jeremy Adorno got over 100 wins as an amateur, and he done won all kind of national championships. So I got 2 decorated motherfuckers going against each other. I did start looking at film, and I feel like Michael Angeliti is better, but I don't feel strong enough to be going against this decorated motherfucker. I'm just gonna stay out the way and let them do their thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like you said, you don't want to go against something that you pretty much know might hold it down. What is going on with the lab?
Yeah, what am I gonna go hunting for fishing for sharks for when I can go fish for some guppies? You know what I'm saying? For real.
Just scoop a net in there for them.
Yeah.
They come running right to you. You snatch a shark up out of there, your ass gonna have a problem.
Yeah.
We got Hyphy coming into the house. What's going on, Hyphy? What's up, Hyphy? Oh shit, he got that.
You know that motherfucker always come in weird. He don't never come in normal.
Not weird.
You know that motherfucker come in all quiet and shit.
That's crazy. Yeah, he was saying a lot.
Hey, DeCane, what you know about Karis Ehringsdal?
I don't know a whole lot about her. To be honest with you, I know she got some big ass ears, right? That's her, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Well, I know she just came out the amateur. They said she did pretty good in the amateur. I saw her
yeah,
fight once, but the competition was so low level. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't tell much about her. But
yeah. She only like 1-0.
yeah,
Yeah, she Southpaw. I think she won a silver medal in the Olympics.
yeah.
I
She
took her
take
by
that.
decision this weekend. She going against a woman that's 5-16, but she only been stopped one time, and that was at a higher weight class. So I'm taking Erin Stahl by decision. What about Jenny Fuchs or whatever her name is?
Um, I know she did have a really good amateur record. The
Oh, they
only,
always gonna have that one,
what stands out to me about her is that she the one that got caught doping in the amateurs, and she said that she got it from having sex with her boyfriend.
Wait,
And
what?
so, and she got like, yeah, she got excuse for that shit too. So,
It's like
What?
it elevated her testosterone levels.
some shit like this. I don't know if she was saying that he was taking it and she got it through sex with him. But yeah, that what she said. That was her defense.
Wow. So she got it from smashing.
Yeah, that's a new one right there.
Yeah,
Dang.
Hey, that's smart though. Shit, that's a hell of an excuse.
and it worked.
For a girl,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Derek Bailey said he Derek Bailey said he remembered it.
yeah.
Well, yeah,
Wow.
I'm picking her this weekend. Shit, go out there and do your thing. Oh, she juice up like a motherfucker, so she can go win that bet.
Taking a back shot.
Yeah,
Nah, if she juicing up, she can't take no back shots. She gonna have to hold that in.
just win, baby. That's all I need.
Man. Okay, so my mind just had a brain.
Yeah, that motherfucker hyphy threw your rhythm off.
Yeah, it's probably what happened.
I hear.
What's up with it?
Yeah, man, just finally able to get on. Long night, but some good boxing y'all talking, of course. Trey talking that shit I like.
What shit is that?
Yeah.
Fuck all these new niggas. We fucking with the old niggas. The real niggas. Not these soft ass niggas that's, like around maybe like 10 years younger than me and shit. Soft ass niggas born in the 90s and shit.
That's
Yeah,
all we
fuck
got
with
in the
them niggas.
refrigerator though. We got it, that's all
And
we got.
we ain't eating or drinking.
Shit, then we gonna get ready to be on the fast though.
So
I
yeah,
knew
it said I just brought up the article. It said her boyfriend was contaminated with banned substances, so she got it through sex with him.
Wow.
I remember this because it was the same time around the what's his face, Big Baby Miller. He tested dirty and shit, but
For
she got off
everything.
with this excuse. Yeah,
That's a good one.
Well, hey, OG, you got your money on the cheater this weekend.
What?
We bet on Jenny.
That's
Fuchs.
who that. That's who
Yeah,
that is.
that's one of
Wait,
our bets.
hey, if she got it through smashing and they could prove it, then she not cheat.
Yeah.
Unless she telling him to go ahead and take it and shoot her up like that, then but I don't think she doing that. She found out that she probably found out. I didn't even know you was scared, baby. I'm sorry.
Is her boyfriend an athlete?
ah shit, I don't know. They just said he was contaminated.
I like to know that motherfucker look like Homer Simpson, and she talking about you taking banned substances and shit. Fuck out of here. She been shooting that shit up.
Well, she was in the amateurs, and so he probably was too. He probably was an athlete too. I would assume, but I don't know.
Trey said he probably look like Homer Simpson.
Yeah, talking about you taking banned substances.
Well, if he look like Homer Simpson, he probably taking testosterone to help him be able to keep her.
Oh yeah, that's right. When you get that big gut, your testosterone do drop. That's square business.
It said the not US, USADA determined that Fuchs' male partner was using therapeutic doses of letrozole and GW1516.
God damn, I don't even know what that shit is, but it sounds serious. But look, you saying USADA is a problem because I be hearing people back in the day, they used to say, man, fuck USADA, it's all about VADA.
Mm.
I don't know a lot about that shit, but people used to say that they didn't have as much credibility.
Kind of like UK,
I don't even know what the hell that is.
That
The
UK.
United Kingdom.
Anti-doping agency or something.
Yeah, the one they use over there with Tyson Fury there.
Yeah, okay. You know, I don't even be talking about all that shit, bro. I don't talk about that shit. I don't talk about the belts or none of that shit. So I be kind of green.
Well, when they said that what's his name that was gonna fight Eubanks son?
Ben.
Yeah, when they said Connor popped dirty, one of the first things I thought about, he was vying so hard to fight Adrian Broner. Like, so you want to try to beat up on Adrian on AB while you juiced? And then I thought about the fact that they wanted that boy to lose weight and come to a catch weight. I'm like, dude, that's just messed up.
And we were gonna have our money on Ben too, nigga. Shit.
That's messed up.
It's messed up, man, but it is what it is, bro. If a man is out there on some juice, I'm betting on it. You know what I'm saying? He gonna win.
But we didn't know he was on no juice.
Yeah,
we did.
No, we did. Yeah, that's right. We didn't know that he was on juice, but look, just the whole circumstances. They went and picked this man. They draining him to the lowest weight class that he done fought as a professional. The lowest that he ever weighed into a fight was 158 and a quarter. And they making him weigh in at 156 something so he can weigh in for this fight. I just felt like the deck was stacked against him. And the juice wasn't nothing but a little cherry on top, like we were talking about earlier. I just felt like the deck was stacked against the man, period. So I was trying to bet on Ben. You know what I'm saying? I was just waiting to see what the odds was gonna do, like how the people was gonna bet it to try to see if we could beat that closing number. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Ben, because me and one time were talking about that shit too. Man, you need to bet on Ben because one time I was like, man, hey, the way this shit set up, Eubanks is not brought here to win. The man is coming to lose. You know what I'm saying? And he said that if he lose a fight, he gonna retire. And his pops talking about him wanting to fight him and all that kind of shit. Man, it just all looked bad.
It did. It did look bad. When they said that he was coming down, I was looking at it funny because I was like, why is a dude from 147 trying to go miss with a dude from 168 at a catch weight? Didn't we learn anything from Amir Khan and Kell Brook? Because both of them stepped to the wrong person.
They drained the motherfucker, though. Kell Brook went and fought Golovkin at 160. It might have been different if he would have brought him down to like 154 or some shit. You know, Kell Brook was really out there doing good work early in that fight. He might have beat Golovkin at 154. But if you're going to fight the man at 160, you go all the way to his weight class, that's different. If Ben go fight Eubanks at 160, it could have been different. But at 157, I think I like my chances with Ben.
No, I was just saying I was looking at it funny. And then when all this other stuff, his dad started complaining. I was like, dude, why is he complaining so much? And then all that came out. I was like, oh, okay, that's why he complaining. And then they say that they been known about it, and Eddie Hearn still tried to get the fight made. I'm like, dude, he's slimy for that.
Yeah, I mean, some people I think they knew about the test like a while back, but at the same time, I think his pops just didn't like him at the catch weight. Like he was talking about that's how people get hurt and shit.
Right.
Draining their body.
Stuff that you said about some of the fluid around the brain being gone because you done drained your body so much.
That's called cerebrospinal fluid. Hell yeah.
And he done lost one of his sons already, so.
Yeah, and just losing them last couple of pounds just be so hard, man. Like I ain't gonna even lie. That was one way that I knew that boxing was just a hobby for me. Because the morning of a fight, I'm not about to, like, if I'm a little bit over, I'm not about to go put no signer suit on and go jump rope with you niggas. I'm going to fight in the next weight class. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fight at 165 or whatever I gotta do. Sometimes you might find somebody that want to fight at 156. That's not an official weight class, but some people do have fights at 156. I'll do that. I'm not about to be over there trying to sweat out these last couple of pounds the morning of the fight. No, fuck all of that, niggas.
You gonna be like Shakur. Yeah, I did everything I could, y'all. I'm moving up to my next fight.
Real shit.
I didn't see nothing wrong with that either.
I mean, I kind of did. If the other guy making weight and you not making weight, I mean, you got an advantage.
Did he? I don't know. I guess it's hard to look at on that. What say you, Hyphy? Since you be having a lot to say.
Yeah, I mean, it just go to show that when it comes to Eddie, or shit, really any of these promoters, that if you a fighter that they care about, they'll go out of their way to basically, not disclose certain shit. We seen Arum do it with Valdez. Not that he disclosed it, but like he let the fight continue on. We seen him do it with Antonio Margarito versus Cotto rematch before. We seen Eddie Hearn do it, with the Dillian White versus Rivas situation. So yeah, these fighters, these promoters, at least it's about the business for them, and the fight's not happening, obviously fucks up business. So they gonna do whatever they got to do to try to make these fights happen.
I do feel like a slight shift in the game because like the pendulum be swinging back and forth, and I do kind of feel like we're gonna start moving towards getting fights, like big events. Like this day of social media and shit, man. It seems like the events have become something big that people care about. Like Earl Spence fighting Mikey Garcia, that wasn't really worth a fuck as a fight, but it was something as an event. You had Cowboy Stadium and all that kind of shit. It seemed like a lot of fighters want to have them kind of days. So I can see fighters getting together, making some fights, and just getting the biggest events. And maybe I'm being optimistic, but that's what I kind of see. Like the pendulum slowly creeping that way. Because it was a time we didn't get undisputed fights, and everybody kept sitting around. People that wanted to sound like they know boxing anyway. Oh man, I just want undisputed, man. That's all I want. I just want undisputed. But now we got a whole bunch of undisputed fights. So obviously the pendulum is moving some kind of way. You know what I'm saying?
I like the fact that we got some undisputed fighters. I'm so excited that they're getting ready to fight.
And that's what motherfucker was saying for a long time, man. I just want undisputed. But they were really people that don't even know shit about boxing. They really just wanted something to complain about. They people that really focus on the headlines and shit. They ain't talking about no hardcore boxing. So they were just saying that shit just to be saying some shit. They don't give a fuck about no undisputed. They don't even care about boxing. They just care about whatever the shit can do for them. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as YouTube.
Right. I'm starting to get that itch for Charlo and Sue. Don't they fight? They fight in February or January?
Well, it's not guaranteed. Like it's not a locked in date. It's just targeted for January or February, but there's no official date.
Yeah, they had the odds up. They took the odds down and shit.
Oh man, come on, y'all, get that together.
Yeah, they had Charlo as a 2-1 favorite, but they in a sense took it down.
That's what I wanted to talk about. Now that y'all reminded me about this whole the belts and all that. So see, the thing is, the belts is supposed to represent the champion who was the number one in the division, but we all know that's nowhere near close to always being the case, which is why you got 4 champions and you still might have a division where you got a guy who's not the champion. So it's really about the belts they're supposed to represent who the best is, but that's not always the case.
If the belts did represent the best, like we had like a number one contender and stuff like that, to where it was like a true ranking system, I will give a lot more credit to it, but that's not what I see. So to me, it seemed like it's kind of, I don't want to say arbitrary, but it's like imaginary. I can't think of the word that I want to say, but it ain't no concrete shit. So to me, I just move towards what I think is concrete. Who have you fought? What level of competition have you been fighting?
Now, in a perfect world, they would have it like you said, when it was just the 2 belt When it was just a 2-belt era, we stood much more of a chance to get a true champion fighting the next best person. But once they start saturating 4 belts per weight class, that's really what messed it up, because it seemed like you could buy a belt or buy yourself into a position to get an easy belt and then run around and try to make as much money off that belt as you can, if the sanctioning fees don't drink up most of your purses.
And that's a big reason why fighters saying they don't give a fuck about belts no more. They don't want to pay sanctioning fee.
Well, if the sanctioning fees actually did something for fighters after they were done, to set up some kind of foundation for them to help them with the trauma that they might face or something like that, I could see that being a good thing. But I don't hear the sanctioning fee, sanctioning bodies saying that they're doing anything for these guys.
Yeah, it's just all about greed. That's why we got so many belts, because they wanna have so many championship fights. That's what the fans are complicit in that too, though, because fans love undefeated and they love championship fights. Like even my mom, I consider my mom like on a scale of 1 to 10, I give her a 6. And she get, like, if I tell her like somebody fighting and she ain't never heard of them, and then I tell her, well, both of them undefeated, she'll light up, oh, they undefeated, somebody gotta go, and all that kind of shit. She love that shit. And some people, they feel like that when you got the championship belts on the line. So the fans, we play a part in this shit, man. Them folks ain't just take over boxing and turn it into something fucked up. The shit happened a little bit by a little bit over time, and the fans played a part in that shit. Just like right now, we playing a part in the pay-per-view bullshit by buying whatever they give us.
Yeah. And shoot, we don't have a lot of options. We do have an option. Don't buy it.
Yeah. I'm telling you,
that's the best option.
Them pay-per-views start flopping. I'm telling you, that's going to get their attention. We got to give them something that they want to pay for, man. This shit is over with. I mean, where did pay-per-view even start? Do y'all remember? Like
pay-per-view?
What made pay-per-view really take off?
Is that a trivia question?
You better save this one.
It might have been.
Yeah, if it wasn't, you better save it. But I think my first pay-per-view that I had pay-per-view, I think, was Mike Tyson.
I read a book, and Sugar Ray Leonard and Roberto Duran changed the game with the pay-per-views. You know what I'm saying? But just think about that. Think about that level of fights. Like that's, to me, shit like that is what pay-per-view was intended for. I mean, think about that. Duran versus Leonard. We done went from that to what we paying for Tank versus Pitbull. Like, that's not what that shit was designed for.
Right, they trying to emulate that Mike Tyson shit, but even Mike Tyson was fascinating because folks had never seen nobody get knocked out in 3 seconds and shit.
Now I'm sure. You threw me off with that when you say Ray Leonard. And I watched him fight, but I was teenager or somewhere around there, close to the teenager. That means every time I watched him fight, my big brother didn't pay for the fight because they didn't miss Sugar Ray them fight.
It was one of them Sugar Ray fights. It might have been him versus
Ernst.
But yeah, I was thinking that, but I'm about 85-90% sure that I had read that it was Sugar Ray Leonard versus Duran. Like, the shit was gonna be on regular TV, but it was something that went on to where they had to put that shit on pay-per-view. And that's what kicked that shit off. I got a book about the Fabulous Four, about Duran, Hearns, Sugar Ray Leonard, and I don't even remember the other, Hagler. Yeah, I got a book about all 4 of them, and that's where I got that information from.
Okay, D-Lo said that he agreed. Pay-per-view should be for the most prestigious bouts.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hey, you'll get a happy customer out of me, and I don't feel like I'm hard to please. Like D'Lo said that he don't feel like Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia's pay-per-view worthy. He said he just don't get excited for that shit like everybody else. I actually am. I'm not even complaining about that. They give me Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia. I'm gonna pay the money. We gonna call the fight, call the frog out of well, and I'm gonna do it with a smile. You know what I'm saying? But all that other shit though, I'm not trying to participate in that shit no more.
Right.
I'm gonna watch it for free. Holler at my boy Yasa and give me a link on them motherfuckers and what I'm gonna do.
Damn.
Go ahead, go ahead, Heidi.
So let me ask y'all, like, how does this make sense to where, when it comes to like, especially PBC, the fights that's on just regular Showtime, the cards, I'm talking about the overall card from bottom to the top, be more consistent and stacked compared to the pay-per-view cards? Like, why would that entice anybody to want to buy the pay-per-view?
Yeah, then they always want to pull out an old motherfucker and put him out there. Like an Abner Mares type motherfucker, put him on the pay-per-view. They putting Anthony Durrell on this one. They always got to get an old motherfucker and put him on there. Man, them motherfuckers, man. Hey, I'm so sick of PBC and these damn pay-per-view. I ain't bullshitting.
Yeah, it make it that much worse when
Call me Top Rank Toby. I'm fucking with Top Rank.
Yeah, nah.
Baby,
Yeah.
spit my blunt out, dude.
Yeah, call me Top Rank Toby, nigga. Yeah, Trey X, he say he like Bob Arum better than Al Heyman. You goddamn right, because he ain't charging me pay-per-views every fucking month and giving me 2 and 3 of them and charging me pay-per-view for fucking Luis Ortiz and shit, going against Charles Martin and shit.
A nigga Trey said, "Fucking, we off code over here, nigga."
yeah, off code.
Square business, nigga.
That Discord day.
Yeah, man, I'm for real about what I'm saying. I don't fuck with his own and shit either. You see what they doing now? Now his own got the pay-per-view. They said that pay-per-view dead. Y'all talking about that? Yeah, y'all talking about that early. Now they want to come with pay-per-view. Canelo.
Okay.
Yo,
I ain't never fuck with the zone.
hey, but look, it's the same thing. The Zone, they had 3 real good cards this year, but they was cards that either focused on women's fighting or the lower weight classes. And they was all, just regular The Zone. It wasn't pay-per-view.
What that mean?
So I'm saying, like, once again, that's another network that's giving us the pay-per-view cards, not even their best cards.
But their price went up, and their network ain't that big.
Yeah, and I'm saying they gave us 3 cards that was like stacked, and those wasn't pay-per-view cards. That's what I'm focusing on, the pay-per-view part. Why is like the pay-per-view cards not even the best cards y'all put on?
What I think,
Well, because they felt like that Triple G Canelo shit was gonna sell because people wanted to see it, but I didn't want to see that shit. So,
let me jump in the chat real quick. The Zone though, D'Lo 404 say some of Sugar Ray Leonard fights were on free TV, but he had his share of pay-per-views. Nothing like today though. Yeah, I remember watching Muhammad Ali on regular TV. A lot of fights on regular TV, but that was also before a lot of stuff got to the point where, hey, if we say we're gonna sell it, they'll buy it type thing, and that's where we at right now. If anybody say they're gonna sell something, people buy it, then that's a new stream, that's a new avenue. That's just what we in right now. And until people actually stand up united, until enough people get fed up and say, I ain't going to do it, then they going to keep doing it. And I have to look at that like a designer name tag. You can say what you want, or you could find out that some certain company is racist or bigoted or whatever. People going to still go buy it.
I used to like the mystery with the pay-per-views. Like if you think about Trinidad and De La Hoya, that's the one I bring up the most because I that's when I We bought a pay-per-view, but I understood boxing because I was boxing. So that just really stand out to me. But it had mystery. I didn't know who was gonna win the fight. You know what I'm saying? Now
Right.
fast forward, you got Tank Davis versus Rolly.
You know Tank gonna win.
Who in the fuck think Rolly gonna win, bro? We know the outcome of the fight before we make the purchase. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just being like a super diehard fan. And that's how people really be approaching this shit too. That's why people say, don't buy his pay-per-views. Just stream it. Let's try to make their pay-per-view numbers flop. Like it's all a big game of bullshit. Even the fighters, I think that the fighters in games now. I heard a fighter earlier, he was talking about Keyshawn. No, who is he talking about? He might have been talking about Devin Haney. He was talking about Devin Haney. And he was saying, oh yeah, man, I like Devin, but I think he'll lose to Lomachenko and all this kind of stuff. And then at the end of his answer, he said, but hey, man, but at the end of the day, I fought with Keyshawn Davis and Terrence Crawford and all this kind of stuff. So he basically was saying, like, that's his clique, that's his gang or something. They might as well come out with some names for their gangs. You know what I'm saying? They out there banging and shit on each other.
Hey,
It's weird,
So the
bro.
boxers finna be out there throwing up gang signs.
Yeah,
They get in the ring.
They banging on each other with this shit, bro. It's weird as fuck.
hey, but that's what these niggas do. Because remember when Shakur was fighting Valdez, he was saying, "Oh, I wanted to beat Valdez so I could beat Canelo." You know what I mean? I just seen one of these motherfucking clickbaiting ass niggas who had a mental breakdown on YouTube, but he was saying something like, "Oh, so and so take shot at Bud Crawford's camp." It was something about the Haney versus Keyshawn. I'm like, that shit don't got nothing to do with Crawford. They do this shit with Earl too. Colbert and Frank Martin. Chris Colbert taking shots at Earl Spence camp. Like, come on, man. This shit ain't no motherfucking click. That shit.
Yeah.
Bitch ass niggas.
That's crazy.
I heard a fight the other day talking about Terrence Crawford and Earl, and he was like, I got a relationship with them and stuff like that. I like both guys, both of them good fighters, but I'm closer to Crawford, so that's who I'm picking. Like, people ain't saying, well, this dude got a better jab, this dude got a better gas tank, this dude got better footwork, this dude got better defense. They making their picks off who they closer to. Like, I got love for them. I got love for his camp. I love his coaches. And that's the kind of stuff that they saying. That's the determining factor on who they picking. It ain't got nothing to do with the skills. It's all about relationships. That's why I say these niggas down there banging on each other. Like you saying with the title, they taking shots at camps and shit. Nigga, they banging on each other. Well, I'm not saying that that's true, but I'm just saying that's like the atmosphere.
Yeah. The only person that I could say that I heard
Carissa.
Like, okay, two people. It's two people that I heard actually give like a breakdown of who they thought was gonna win, and who they liked the best didn't really play part in it. And I guess the one that I would really have to go with even more than Clarissa is when I heard Kenny Porter talking about him. Not when he was saying that Earl had an advantage because he was so much bigger. He did another one where he actually was going into depth about why he thought that Earl would be Terrence.
Yeah, the coaches ain't. That's different. The coaches is on. You know what I'm saying? They grown. We talking about the young fighters. Hey, Hyphy, what's the name of that fighter that said that he don't want to be friends with nobody? Fuck all these niggas. He don't want to be brothers or none of that shit.
Hey, it's rare that you get a fighter like that. We talking about Ernesto Tito Mercado.
Yeah,
this is the
Mercado.
one-
There we go.
Now, just to give y'all like a little bit of background, basically this dude, he was going to represent the U.S. in the Olympics, but he fought in the same weight class as Keyshawn. So he said when he went to wherever they go to like try out, he said he noticed Keyshawn wasn't like training or nothing, and so he asked the guy who coordinates all the U.S. Olympic team, Billy Walsh, like, hey, like, am I gonna get a shot to at least compete against Keyshawn to represent the U.S.? And he told him no, like, we got too much money behind Keyshawn. So ever since then, he said fuck it, and he switched to because his nationality is Nicaraguan, so he switched to the Nicaragua team. But then because of COVID, they wasn't allowed to even travel to compete. But yeah, he got it out for Keyshawn. He talking all the shit. Trade up.
Yeah, I read that article. Yeah, I like that youngster, man. He talked the way I feel like a fighter should talk. He ain't trying to be your friend or your homie. Fuck him and Richard Coleman.
Huh.
You know what I'm saying?
Where she? That's a breath of fresh air.
Richard Coleman over here catching strays. Damn.
Nah, that's I just said that.
Bars, nigga.
Cause that's what Haney, that dude that be rapping and shit. He said, "Made no friends or no homies. We beat him up. He or Richard Coleman." I was just talking.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was just saying the dude ain't trying to be nobody friend. He ain't trying to be your brother. He ain't trying to be in your clique. He ain't trying to be your fam. He just want to fight and be the best. And that's what we thought boxing was always been. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even like when fighters say we. Like when they be talking about what we wanted to go in there and do this and we wanted to do that. Nigga, you in there by yourself, brother. Fuck all that we shit. They're just weakness to me. That you don't feel comfortable being by yourself. It's just like people on YouTube when they get into it with somebody, they go find another clique to click up with and shit. I guarantee
I
you.
think it's a lot of them cats just want to acknowledge their team. They don't want to be too arrogant and say, "Oh, I did this by myself."
Nah, people, fighters, bro. Some fighters they like to have a little help. That's why religion is a big thing too. Like talking about their Bible, like it's a higher power that's God in their life, and it's not completely in their hands. You know what I'm saying? To me, I can't knock nobody for being religious, but at the same time, I have more respect for a fighter that feel like everything is on him. It's on my shoulders. I'm the person that got to take care of this. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody I can blame because a lot of fighters like take an ass whooping and what they want to do, go fire their coach or some shit, find somewhere to place blame. You know what I'm saying? Like if you feel like you're responsible for everything that takes place in that ring, I think that that's a stronger position to take.
Yeah.
Yeah, you going out there and let your hands go, then you can't blame nobody for losing. But you lost because you didn't do enough.
Yeah, and speaking of just that religious shit, my favorite fighter of the last decade, Paul Williams, he said when he pray to God, as far as like boxing goes, he don't pray for a victory. He never say stuff like, "Oh, it's all part of God's path that I'll become champion," or whatever. He said the only thing he prayed for is that him and his opponent come out of the ring safe and can make it back to their families. Also, that's another fighter. He didn't took multiple losses. And he never came close to switching trainers or firing his trainer. He said, "Nah, we got to get right back at it."
Yeah, I can respect a man like that. I don't like when fighters be blaming the trainers because half the time it ain't even the trainer fault. You weren't even listening to the man. You out here partying, doing all kind of shit. And he trying to tell you to get in the gym. He trying to tell you to do some road work, and you don't even want to listen. And then you fire the coach. It's all his fault. Then you go out there and get your ass whooped. Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Go out there and get your ass tore off the bone. Now you got to stand in front of that camera and explain why you get your ass whooped this time. You think you need a little more time to mesh with your trainer? Oh yeah, we might. We probably be done in about 2-3 more fights. A couple more training camps. You went out there and got your ass kicked. If you kept that motherfucker and started listening, you'd been all right. No, I ain't finna run these miles today. All right, okay, that nigga over here running his ass off right now. You don't want to run. Went out there.
Speaking of which, that just rings a bell. Jared Hurd, his trainer Ernesto, he said, as Hurd went on, the camps, like the group of friends that's coming to the gym and shit, just got bigger and bigger and bigger.
Hey man, do y'all remember when Jared Hurd got his ass whooped? He got a haircut in the locker room before the fight.
Yeah, and he was talking noise about whooping the Charlo boys.
He was the day of the fight. He's in the locker room getting a haircut. I don't think I ever seen that before.
That nigga didn't learn that from Samson then.
Yeah, for real. But just you distracted though, nigga. Like you supposed to have your mind on the task at hand, nigga. Real fighters, they don't give a fuck if they got cocoa bugs upside their head if it's time to go handle this business. You trying to get pretty. Oh, we're getting haircuts and shit all before the fight, like you some kind of big time celebrity motherfucker. So you got to keep your image on point all the time or something. Like, come on, man, that ain't how a fighter think. And he didn't get a fighter's results that night either. He got his ass tore off the bone.
I like to see a nappy head fighter going out there looking like he came right out the hood, ready to go.
Yeah.
You feel like, oh, he come to fight. He ain't want to comb his hair,
Yeah.
shave or nothing. He done came and he still got sleep in the corner of his mouth.
Yeah, I like a fighter like that.
Come on in here and be nasty. We got Derek Bailey. When ABC had Wild World of Sports, a lot of big fights came on TV. I remember that too, watching Wild World of Sports. Boxing, watching those people on those skis crash when they do those jumps. That used to be like my favorite part, to see them come off that ski ramp and crash because they couldn't stick the landing. Oh, watching the ski crash is something wonderful.
Yeah, that's before my time right there.
Oh. Yeah, well, Wild World of Sports, they used to have ski. You think of sports, they showed it to you. And boxing was on there a lot. And not just any kind of boxing. You go on Wild World of Sports, you go see Sugar Ray type fight, Ali type fight. You will see those free TV. I guess the Wild World of Sports would be considered morphed into ESPN.
Yeah. I like what Sean Porter doing, man. He trying to start this little program to get the amateurs to be closer to household names, to get us acquainted with the amateur fighters before they turn pro. I think that's going to be something good if you're able to pull it off.
Yeah, to have somebody invested in you as a fan when you're an amateur and then they start following your pro career. Yeah, I think that would help the sport a lot.
And you know they paying the amateurs now too, though. You didn't know that, did you?
No, I did not know that.
Motherfucker getting paid now, so they got incentive to stay amateurs. Like Jamal Harvey and Raheem Gonzalez, they could have turned pro already. They said, "Fuck it, we staying in the amateurs. Yeah, we can keep on working and improving on our credentials, and we getting paid." I was looking at some of them numbers. Them numbers wasn't too bad. I can't remember. It seemed like I saw like 100,000 or something somebody got. I gotta go look for that shit. Yeah, I gotta go look for. I posted it in Discord for everybody to see. But for the major tournaments like the AIBA World Championships and Olympics and shit, they started paying the youngsters now, and paying them good money. I at least saw 25,000 now. I know I saw at least 25,000, but I want to say I saw 100 for something. Yeah, some pretty good money for a motherfucker that come from nothing.
Of course, that is true.
Shit, 20,000 is good if he ain't never had nothing.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
That's gonna make us more competitive against the world too. The kids, they ain't got to be in a rush to go pro to make some money for their family. They can make a little money while they amateurs. They can stay longer, and we can compete with the rest of the world. And plus, they can continue to develop their skills. It's just like the difference in the NBA product today and back in the day. When back in the day, you had players stay in school for 4 years. You had great college teams and shit like Duke and Phi Slamma, Jammer and Michigan and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Players were staying in school, so they developed more, and that seemed to have added to the quality of play in the pros. I think that's something for the boxing too. If you stay in the amateurs and develop your skills, you're gonna come with a better product when you go to the pros. And that's why the deep amateurs and shit that's like Lomachenko and Usyk and all these people, they can get on the fast track and accomplish some great things in the pros.
I feel that. I see Tank versus Ryan on par with Loma versus Tio or Oscar versus Shakur. That's D-Lo 404 boxing. Jerry Bailey said, "Facts, Trey. That's how I watch the ones I don't want to pay for." I think he's talking about the streaming them.
Oh yeah, I holler at Yasser. Yasser gonna drop one of them links, man. Yasser been dropping so many links. I done got spoiled on that shit.
Oh, no, not spoiled.
Yeah, I got spoiled. I ain't had to pay for nothing, and I'm watching everything. Man, they just like back in the day. You didn't have that chip back in the day, huh?
Nah, but
Yeah,
my
we
brother
had.
got that Fire Stick.
I'm
When,
talking about back in the day. We had if you had a old school cable box, they could put this chip in the box where you can get all the channels and all the pay per views and shit.
I
Yeah, that's
remember that going on, but I think that I remember it going on and people coming to us and talking about it. But I was always the type of person who was like, if I was gonna watch it, I was gonna go ahead and pay for it because I didn't want nothing going wrong, you know. And if it did, I could have somebody to complain to about it.
shit. My mom kept a chip. You know what I'm saying? I go see my mom in the summertime and shit when I was a youngster, and I can go get on that chip and watch all the fights. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Everything that came on HBO because they ain't never pay for HBO in my family and all that shit. So I had to go to my mom's house and get on that chip. Yeah, I'm on everything.
Right. Now I usually, if I was watching it or if I'm gonna get it, I just go ahead and pay for it because I just do. I'm gonna pay for it.
It was a lot more you can watch in that shit too, but we ain't gonna talk about that.
Nah, we don't need to talk about y'all don't know nothing about on TV or nothing like that. So yeah, I'm gonna just go and keep that conversation to me.
Yeah, the chip went hard just like that. Them links go hard now. Man, and pay per view wasn't as expensive back then. You can get a pay per view for $19.99 back in the day. Nigga, now we paying $74.99. Hurry up and send me a link. Shit.
And MZ.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you're aware, but it's like they got this thing called IPTV. You heard of that?
IPTV. It's been so. No, I can't say that. I might have, but didn't really pay too much attention.
Well, basically, like it's these illegal live cable services. So basically, like, you could get cable in all the different countries. Let's say, the Caribbean, South Africa, Italy, Canada. You could get like all they local cable. So you get like over 10,000 of channels, and you get all this shit for like $15 a month. The pay-per-views and all that, the Zone, ESPN, all the NFL Red Zone, all the ESPN Plus channels, like all that shit.
Do it stand a chance of getting cut off?
That's the thing, because it's illegal. So yeah, it always stand a chance of getting cut off.
That's my problem right there. I'm gonna pay for it and stand a chance for it to get cut off. I can't see that working for me. That won't work for me.
The cool thing, it's only like $15 a month. That's the thing.
No, that's not cool at all. I don't like to have $5, $1.50. Dude, I get mad if I lose a pack of gum. And I know $15, and then all of a sudden it ain't working, and I just paid $15, and they decide to say, "Oh, we just found another one. Cut this." Nah, hell no.
Yeah.
No, I can't do that. I can't do that at all.
Well, pay $74.99 then, bro.
I will pay the $74.99, but I ain't worried about it getting cut off. And if it do get cut off, I'm looking forward to a refund. They ain't gonna refund my $15.
Yeah.
They gonna be like, "Oh man, you gotta send another 15 for this other link."
And that goddamn Fundora, I didn't even get a chance of touching that, but man, that goddamn event was empty as a bitch. That Fundora ain't no ticket seller.
Where he come from?
He coming out of like Florida.
I thought he was out like, is it Florida? I thought
That's
he was
what
like from San Diego or something.
Well, he fighting out of the Coachella Valley, Southern California, like where he actually coming from is Florida.
But that explains it right there. He ain't got no roots. Where he just had his fight at in Cali, right?
Yeah, basically the Los Angeles area.
So they basically just trying to get the Latino crowd to support him, but not necessarily his home crowd.
Yeah, cause shit, nigga, we paid $40 for 2 tickets to that bitch and sat real close.
So how does his fight? How does he look in person?
Just like this tall, skinny figure, but man, I had to go back and watch that whole card on just like on a replay, because it's different watching it in person. But yeah, he
The-
looked just like real tall and skinny in person.
Lawrence Williams had one too.
Nice,
Oh, yeah?
nice.
Yeah, them motherfucker wear some thick ass glasses. I know that.
Man, him and his sister. When I saw his sister, the first thing I thought about was Grown Ups. Is it Grown Ups?
Yeah,
Grown Ups
yeah.
when David Spade daughters was coming, and the last one. That was the first thing that came across my mind. I was like, damn, him and his sister got the same kind of glasses.
Ooh, some coke
And
bottles.
they damn near look alike. They family
look,
genes strong.
they look just alike.
They
His-
family genes is strong.
His sister looked like him with a wig on.
And that little dot on the side of her face.
She kind of pretty in a way, but she just looked too much like her fucking brother.
She
And
needs
she
some
got
different
them-
glasses.
And
That's
she
all.
got them coke bottles.
If she gets
Man,
some
that's-
different style glasses, she could be all right.
That's how I feel about that damn Crawford sister.
Which one?
The
one
who
that's
be
always talking
on
shit.
social media
Oh,
talking shit.
the little thug.
Yeah.
Little thug mama. I can't say
Yeah.
nothing about Earl's sister. They crunk too. I just had to throw an Earl thing out there since he brought up a Crawford. It didn't even have. It's just it's just the battle fan in me. So now I'm gonna ask a question and I'm gonna give my opinion on it. But by Fundora being trying to call out Charlo, do you think that's the same as like Boots or Ortiz calling out Spence?
Nope. I think that Fundora done accomplished more than Boots. What the fuck Boots done? He beat 140-2 guy, and then he just beat my man from Canada. I mean, that's cool, but that ain't worth a fuck. Go out there and beat Stan Jonas or some shit like that, or at least go out there and beat Butaya, and then I'll listen a little bit more. Fundora has went out there and stopped Lubin and done some other shit that I respect a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I think it's a little bit different.
I was looking at it the same way. I felt like Fundora has fought his way up to a title, a legit call out for a title.
Yeah.
I feel like Boots still has some work ahead of him before he could just actually start screaming for the dudes at the very top.
Boots is very good,
Oh.
but they have kept the training wheels on him for a long time.
Well,
See-
he not with PBC. He with his other. He got somebody else as a train, as moving him around, and
Cameron
his dad,
Duncan.
right? That guy, and then his dad is his trainer. So if they want to speed up and take the wheels off, wouldn't it be up to them?
I was just thinking whoever the matchmaker is.
Well, it's one important part. Y'all know they align with Showtime. We know who is dominant on the Showtime network. So it's about the fights that you can or cannot get.
He couldn't get like a Stan Jonas, but I know Stan Jonas is close to getting a title shot himself. So, but it seems like he can fight somebody, man, that's better than Delorme and Castillo Clayton.
I don't think he actually can fight somebody better, and it's just based on that fact. We know how guys get. Stanios is, basically he's in a position where, he could get step aside money every time unless he actually get the title fight because he's up next. He's not about to fight no type of risky opponent. At 154, the guy who's the mandatory for Charlo, he didn't take step aside money 3 times, but he been also guaranteed fights on the undercard. He's not about to take no risky fight.
I was just thinking somebody that's just good, man. Like if he could have got Donnie Yellow Usinov before he want to retire. I know people don't know who he is, but hell, I respect the hell out of him. Even if he fought against Suleiman Sissoko or something like that, I respect that. It's a lot of good fighters that's out there. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say I think he can fight somebody better than Delorme, blown up 140-pound guy, and Castillo Clayton. What is he? 135-16, motherfucker coming out of Canada and shit. I mean, he all right, but ain't nothing special.
Give me a hot second. Keep it going for me. I gotta get something to drink. I got cotton mouth.
I thought he could at least get a man some rounds. That man went out there and got his ass demolished in 2 rounds. Got me over here looking dumb as hell. Cause I'm thinking he can at least go some rounds with the man. You know what I'm saying?
And I was listening to his cousin. I forget his name, but his cousin was like a former pro boxer because Bruce Goes was interviewing him, and they was talking big shit, talking about Boots turned down a fight with us before, and Boots going my cousin Clayton going out jab the shit out of him. Like they was talking big shit for him to go ahead and do that. But back to like Fundora, I do like the fact that Fundora said that he's going to continue to stay active and he's not going to just take no soft touches, because we seen what Anthony Yard is doing. He just wants to sit inactive and basically wait for that fight to come. And we see he's very, like, his resume is terrible, very untested. And I mean, everybody know he going to get smashed by Beterbiev, and he just wants to sit and wait for that one fight.
I look at him a little bit different though. We only had 15 amateur fights and shit. I think he done kind of good. Like I don't think he was like no highly touted motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But I actually think he got a better chance against Beterbiev than a lot of people do.
Who that?
Anthony Yard. Just because he young and explosive. Like I done seen Beterbiev get hit, but I ain't seen him get hit by nobody like Yard. Yard hit pretty damn hard. You know what I'm saying? I think that Beterbiev should be a substantial favorite, but I do think that Yard has a puncher's chance. You know what I'm saying? Like most people think like he ain't got a shot in hell, and a lot of that is based on Beterbiev's last performance, and a lot of people didn't even expect that shit to go like that. You know what I'm saying? But I think he gonna come and try to fight back. And if he catch him with something like in the first 2, maybe 3 rounds, I think he got a chance. Small chance, but I think he got a chance though.
If he I don't really know what to say about Yard except he can't let himself get gassed like he did with Kovalev.
A fight that that he could have won if he had a better gas tank. He was a gas tank away from beating Kovalev without all the bells and whistles like Canelo had, like a stronger version of Kovalev.
Right.
He was a gas tank away from beating that man. A man with 15 amateur fights was a gas tank away from beating somebody that was 190 and 22 and decorated like Kovalev.
They say a lot.
Yeah, I think that's impressive.
They say a lot.
I gotta jump off though, man. My phone about to go dead.
That's what that sound is?
You probably hear me moving around. I be hitting this cord and shit, and they be making like a little noise.
I feel you. Oh, let me let the Blunt family know. Social Scientist, I got him working on a song that we're gonna be putting out. It's a remix to a song that we got, so I'm gonna drop both of them together. But he writing his verse to it, just to let y'all know. Scumbo Baggins is also on the way out. I'm just trying to find some artwork for it. And I appreciate you letting us go ahead and use your voice and stick it out there.
Yeah, I was listening to that earlier. I still don't know what you be saying when you do your intro to your brother, but that's my favorite part. Some spit it automatically. And then you come in rapping and shit. Some.
I hit do it for the family. Spit it automatic. Understand it ain't no practicing when you already got it. Who they claiming that they better if you writing that it's no. It's been 21 plus. We gonna finally let it go. Damn Z. Always represent this for the family. These niggas out here weak. It ain't no way that they can stand. D the plan B. Always recognize and never hesitate. You listen to the track, open your mouth and then detonate.
Yeah, that's my shit right there. I really like the way you say when you do it for the family. I can't do it like that. You do it, but that shit was tight though.
I feel you. I appreciate it. It. But yeah, we're gonna keep pushing them out. We load them up and we're gonna keep pushing them out. Just enjoying it. And I can't wait till this weekend. I don't know what fight gonna be called, but let me know so I can go half on it so I can listen to it at work.
Yeah, I gotta see what Marlo talking about on that. I mean, I appreciate the offer though, for sure. You know
Yeah, for sure. Because I'm so excited. And now that oh shit, I'm gonna see the girls fight at least. I get to see the girls fight. I'm picking Clarissa, and I got a feeling I'm gonna go with Meyer.
She the favorite. She a 3-1 favorite.
I like Baumgartner, but just I don't know if she gonna beat the. I don't know if she gonna beat the Olympian. I don't see what the little ghetto girl gonna come out and do though, cause she be letting the little ghetto princess out.
I ain't gonna lie. I liked her more before she started doing all that talking. Like when people talk, I actually listen to what you're saying, and sometimes she say shit that don't make sense to me. Like she'll say like about her amateur background. Oh yeah, I was in the amateurs and I did this and I did that, and then they'll start talking about something else, and then she be like, "Well, the amateurs don't matter. Why we talking about the amateurs?" Like, damn, you were just talking about the amateurs and you was saying you deserve more credit for your shit. Now you saying the amateurs don't matter. Which one is it?
Me and social scientists was talking about that. That's where Myers be sticking her when they be talking like that. Meyer hit her with a fact, and she be just got through talking about it. And when she hit her with that fact, it's like you just said, it's like she don't know what she needs to say. Then all of a sudden, what she was saying don't make sense. All of a sudden, you were saying the amateurs, you was doing your thing, and then when she hit you with what did you win in the amateurs? Then the amateurs don't mean shit.
So yeah, then exactly like when they did that face off, they did a face off in the UK, and she got to get all close to Mayor to where they touching each other noses and shit, rubbing noses together. Like, do it really take all that? Like, to me, it just seems like you being a little extra around here. It don't take all that, man. Talking shit and all that kind of stuff. But it seemed like she just so overboard. Like, she got to have the last word on everything. And, like, I don't know, man. I can't really fully articulate what I'm trying to say. But
all you got to say is, you know that little girl, you know that girl in the hood. You know her. We all know her because she in every hood. And she act like that.
No, but the ones that I done known them been square business though. Like this kind of feels like fluff. It don't really feel like substance. Like James Toney talking shit. Like when James Toney talk shit, it hit different because it's James Toney, and you know what he coming to do. He ain't just talking. He about to come fuck you something up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
She don't have that trail of bodies. Like, she knocking out a lot of sorry motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? She ain't like she got like a trail of bodies that she done left in her wake.
Right.
Or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I feel you.
It just feel like she just talking to be talking to me. I don't even understand what the hell she's so mad about. Because the woman called you out to fight and say that she didn't know who you was. That's what made you get super emotional like this?
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. She said that she feel like that she ain't giving her enough respect. And I'm like, well, how you get the respect? You just go out there and beat her up and let her know that these belts ain't for you.
Her own coach said that the talking has been getting on his motherfucking nerves. So that's my thing about it. Like, you to the point where your shit is annoying. It ain't even just 100% entertaining. It's like it's annoying. Like I ain't gonna even lie. I was thinking, man, y'all shut the fuck up when I was listening to all of that shit, especially with Baumgartner. Like, that's the number one. I like Baumgartner. I think she's beautiful, all that shit. But when it comes to this situation right here, she is kind of annoying me a little bit. I hope she go out there and win. I'm pulling for her, you know what I'm saying? But I just don't get to talking. Like I said, I liked her better before this situation right here. And if this is what what it's gonna take for all of her big fights,
Uh-oh.
we're gonna see how long that shit lasts.
Well, if she can bag it up, so be it. But
That
right
fuel gonna
now,
run out. Guess who else used to be like that, OG?
who that?
From Charlo. You don't even see that energy no more. When the last time, especially from Jamal, when the last time you done seen that crazy aggression, I'm coming to kill some energy?
I think Jamel's.
I said Jamal.
Jamal, he has been gone for a minute. I haven't seen. I could say since he moved up to 160, when he said that he would knock out David Benavidez, and David Benavidez started barking back. I haven't really seen that so-called lion since then.
Take a bunch of energy, bro, to be that intense all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's been some fighters like Andre Ward or somebody. It don't take all that, bro. The man gonna come calm, collected, and cool and beat your ass. It don't even take all that like that cat fight shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit take a lot of energy. Like I brought up Charlo. Man, that shit take a bunch of energy to walk around mad at the world and all that kind of shit. And you always mad and you won't go all the time, nigga. And like, man, that shit burn out. That shit fizzles out. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, I just want to know if she gonna be able to keep that shit up for a long time, or is that energy gonna burn out? Maybe it won't, because Jamel seemed to keep her, but even he done calmed down to me. Jamel ain't quite as intense as he used to be.
That loss, I think the loss helped him to calm down.
Maybe, but he was still pretty intense when he fought against Harrison.
Yeah, he was
the
intense.
Second time.
He was mad because he felt like he won the fight. But then that draw, when he had that draw, he really calmed down. When Earl Spence was like, he didn't listen to coach and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
When those close to him started telling him that, started calling him out, I think that calmed him down.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Because that's one thing I could respect about they coach, Derrick James. He don't embarrass them or anything like that, but he will let them know straight up, when he feel like they not listening to paying attention. Because I heard him get on Earl before. I don't know which fight I was watching, but I heard him get on Earl and tell him, "Don't tell me yeah or something, do it." He was telling Earl something like that. He was telling him to go and do something, and Earl was like, okay. He was like, "Don't tell me yeah, go do that, go do it." Yeah. D-Lo say that he got quiet since he started touching M's like Daniel Jacobs.
Yeah, and I was also thinking he is getting love now, because people used to doubt him a lot. Now people give him a lot of credit and stuff. He undisputed and winning big fights and stuff. So that might take the edge off a little bit.
It's kind of hard not to give it to him. He really fought some people.
Yeah,
he really went through a division. He did that. The ones that we wanted to see him fight, they got knocked off in their own right, but he kept the train going.
Yeah, for sure.
I really respect that youngster as a fighter, because he showed grit and determination after he faltered. Then he ended up with a draw, and he went back to the table and homed in on what he felt like he needed to do. And both times that he returned, he overcame both of those situations. So I got a lot of respect for Jamel, for as far as he going with fighting. Jamal, I'm having a little struggle with, and nobody can blame me for it, because his own brother even said something to him. He said it in front of a camera where they were standing there together, but he said it. And he told his brother that he called him scared to fight David Benavidez. I don't know who interviewer it was or what camera was in front of their face, but he said that. You scared to fight Benavidez.
Hey, you gotta remember that motherfucker signed a contract to fight Andre. That man don't duck no smoke, man, when it comes to Jamel. He don't duck no smoke. So if it's anybody that got a right to talk shit about somebody not wanting to fight,
It would
it's
be
him.
him.
It would be him.
Especially since it's his twin brother. He know him better than anybody. And if he, because they was kind, you know how you kind of, they was kind of like not getting along at the time real good, like you
I
would
got
think
to
they
jump
should.
out my shit on 1%, OG.
All
I
right,
gotta get this one.
I'm gonna follow it through and close it out.
Yeah.
Drain this battery. But you feel what I'm saying, Hyphy?
Yeah. See, Jamel, he didn't show me a lot of heart as far as like, you know, his heart. He's a true fighter, and I like because like his resume over the last like shit since like 2017, his resume is good, and just like I know like people get on him about like the whole emotional thing and all that, but you can't deny that man heart, and he act like a fighter when it come to get in that ring, and it's like his series with Castillo, you know, it showed me like even at times where he was really tested, and you know what I'm saying, that shit wasn't always going his way and he was getting hit with hard shit, he never seemed rattled. He showed the heart of a fighter, the grit. So yeah, I got a lot of respect for him. Whereas his brother, shit, I listen to Ronnie Shields, his show once every week. And the last thing I heard about him was, well, basically like somebody that be going to that gym to look at like the other fighters and stuff. They said every time they go, they don't even see Jamal in the gym. They haven't even seen him in the gym yet.
Wow. The last major thing that I heard about him, that he got hurt, and then I think his baby's mama or something came out talking about he wasn't gonna fight anymore. His money ain't right. He making a lot of bad mistakes. She was spitting a lot of venom. I drew it up. I couldn't really say if I could listen to it or not, because the woman could be mad, and she would say a lot of things. I don't really know what to say about it except to agree with D-Lo. And he said, I was saying Big Charlo lost his raw, when he started touching M's. And then D-Lo come down again, so he kind of going off of what I said. His wife said he wasn't going to fight anymore. Hopefully that ain't true. So that's who said it. And, that makes me have to look at it more. His wife said that he's not going to fight anymore. And this was after the so-called injury that held up the fight that he was supposed to have. Don't know what. Go ahead.
Let me ask you and D-Lo. All right, so based on shit, it's like Charlo, he didn't have years of him fighting opponents that the hardcore fans, not really pleased with. The Montiel fight, his last fight, which was like a year and a half ago, it wasn't as impressive as he would have liked. Combine that with you seeing your brothers just, really thrive, become undisputed, becoming a fan favorite. His career, him taking so long to get back in the ring, the injury, the thing with the wife. Unfortunately, some legal situations have occurred. So it's like all these negative things that seem to be surrounding not only his career, his life. Do y'all think that man might just be going through somewhat like a depression, like a state of depression right now in his life?
I don't know about state of depression, but listening to things that they have said, I would say that I would say, drawing off of what I've seen and how things are going and what I know about him from them being in front of cameras and conversations being had, I think he made money. Like D-Lo said, I think he made some millions. And I think once he hit that million plus mark, I think boxing wasn't as important to him. Let's remember, he got into boxing because of the baby brother, because he wanted that shine like the baby brother. So he did achieve that. I'm thinking maybe now that, he want to get out. He's not showing me that he wants to be in it. And, knowing that it came out of his mouth that, yeah, the baby brother started boxing first. If I'm saying this story correctly, unless I got them confused, the big brother is following the little brother's success and fame. He wanted that. He wanted that shine. He wanted to have that shine like his baby brother. That's what got him into boxing. So him making some money, maybe he looking for a way out. I wouldn't be surprised if he don't fight anymore. But I would like to see him fight again. But I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't. But I can't draw a line and say if I think he's depressed or not. He might be depressed. He might be looking for a way not to fight anymore, and he just don't know how. Shit, retire. Just go and let it go if you don't want to do it no more. If you feel comfortable and you feel like you got enough money and you got the smarts to invest, but apparently he don't because his wife came out and said, he financially having problems. But she did say he wasn't going to fight again. But we'll see how they go. She also called him stupid.
Ronnie's publicist, he said that basically Charlo was just in preparation, and after weeks and weeks and weeks of sparring, he just wasn't making any improvement, and he definitely wasn't looking good, which is why the fight was definitely just pulled. So, I'm also wondering, like, based on him not getting obviously the Canelo fight so many times, and then on top of that, having no other big fight to take unless it's a very risky fight where maybe Benavidez or Plant. Like, I'm saying that's why I'm asking, like, is he just at a point in his career where he just feel like there's no light at the end of that tunnel?
Well, I really don't know. I think he put too many of his eggs in the basket in pursuing Canelo as hard as he did. He made way by moving out of the 154 division. He made way for his brother to become undisputed. I feel like the best thing that he could have did would have been was to say, forget Canelo. He could have built a legacy, and I believe he could have made. He still would have made. He would have been making good money if he would have went on and fought Andre. And went after the other belts in that division. If he could have been able to do that in 160, I think it would have gave him a good legacy to have, and I think he'd have had good money. But right now, people are going to question what his legacy looks like as far as the people that he fought, who he didn't fight, who he called out, and then chose not to fight. I can't say I did speak on the fact that we telling the 160 dude to go mess with the 168 dude, even though he did talk that noise. But yeah, it does look bad. With hindsight, looking at how things are judged in this time and era, his legacy is taking hits without him even fighting. And to hear you speak on that situation, which you were like just making me remember, I did hear about that report where he was sparring and going through stuff and not improving and not looking good. So, he could be in the funk. You know what I'm saying? He could be in his mind right now in the funk. That could be something that hopefully he got people around him that notice that and look out for him. Hopefully his brother is paying attention to him and looking out for him. But the only thing I can say is we're gonna have to wait and see what he does or what he doesn't do.
Now, I know we like towards the end of the show, but I want to shift to a name that you just mentioned because their career is kind of going in the same path. I think as bad as Charlo's position he's in right now as far as his boxing career and, just life in general, I think Andrade is in a worse situation because Andrade, he's getting a reputation of pulling out of fights, as far as like people in the boxing business. So he just ducked a Frank Warren fighter and a top ranked fighter. All right, so that's definitely not a good reputation to get in the business of boxing. His reputation was always before it is known as difficult to work with because of his dad managing him. And now you moving with no promoter. You got no like real promoter behind you. You got Dimitri Salita representing him as far as negotiations, but he don't really have a promoter. On top of that, he don't have no belt now. And the money that he was used to making on his own with that contract with Hearn and them, that shit is over. So you didn't see his purse dip by like 90% if y'all look at his recent purse bid. So I think Andrade is in an even worse position than Charlo.
Okay. I don't know who Hardline Boxing is. You don't have to.
Oh, that's well, you know what? Hardline Boxing, that's a very respectable channel. I don't know if that's the real one, but that's a very respectable channel, if that is him.
Hardline Boxing Talk.
Very respectable channel.
Okay. Hit your camera for a hot second while you in the back, so we can get it. Figure out who you are, Chief. You gonna have to say something in the chat, cause right now I can't trust that. D-Lo say the problem for him at 160 is that all the fights were at the zone, and they were playing like what you were just saying. They were playing size of the street BS. We did speak on Andrade earlier about him not being with the zone anymore. Right now, he's a free agent. I don't know if he has any promotion behind him or anything like that, which sucks. Hardline Boxing Talk.
Hey, Hardline Boxing Talk. If that's just to verify, that's really you. Who is the guy on YouTube that you would basically like pass the torch to? As far as like on this YouTube, boxing historian stuff. And I'm asking that question because based on the answer, I'm gonna know if that's him or not. But until then, continue on, MZ.
Yeah, he. Oh no, he's not him. That's somebody else.
Yeah, we'll keep going.
Where was I? Let's see Charlo versus Adams. Did I say that right?
You familiar with who he's talking about? Adamus?
The Adam.
Are you familiar with him?
Who is that?
Okay, so he just fought on the undercard of the fight over the weekend. He fought the guy that Charlo last fought, Montiel.
Oh,
yeah,
he scored. The guy that was calling him out.
He scored. He scored a nice third round. I think that was third round knockout. A very nice knockout. He also beat Deryevchenko sometime earlier this year, I believe. But basically he's definitely a legit contender at 160. He earned it. He fighting some good names and stuff. So it's definitely a valid fight to see. That might be honestly that's probably too steep of a challenge for Charlo to come right back off this long layoff. But that's definitely a good fight.
Now hearing that now hearing that was his wife that was saying it, and the movements of him moving slow, I'm hard pressed to say I don't know if we're gonna see him fight anymore. I'll be surprised. I'll be surprised. He don't seem to be in a hurry to be trying to get into the ring. Now, if he end up hard pressed for money, he might turn right back around and come in. But right now, he's not showing me anything or nothing on the horizon. The next thing we'll be hearing is they'll be talking about stripping him.
See, the last thing I did here, and I gotta go listen to this show, the last show Ronnie just did earlier. But last thing I heard, Ronnie said he had been like running. So he hasn't been in the gym, but he had been running, I guess, trying to work his way back. The thing with the whole wife and all that stuff, like, that's just stuff I really never wanted to dive into because we all go through stuff like that. It's just Charlo happened to have his stuff being publicized.
Well,
But you know, I can see why you would base your opinion on Charlo, why you would reference that, and that would influence your opinion.
I want to see him fight because I had big hopes for the man. I want to see the man. I want to see him gain some belts like his brother. I want to see him lock up 160. I ain't too much of a hurry to see him move to 168. But if that's what the names are going to be at, for him to be a respected, undisputed like his brother, then he got to go up there and deal with Caleb Plant and David Benavidez. He just got to deal with him, bite down on that thing and get it together. I have no problem with the man taking a tune-up fight. Trey X said he may still end up tightening up Selecki. That's what D-Lo 404 said. And Trey said, give the man a tune-up, but that's a good fight. I had no problem with him getting a tune-up because he had been out for a good little while. I think D-Lo said Charlo been put out. I'm pretty sure he hasn't had a fight since June 2021. So yeah, give him a tune-up and let him, get himself back right. But I would hope that if he's gonna have to make some moves and it's to 168, yeah, he's gonna have to go up there and deal with those characters. As far as with Andre, I was saying that, one of the promoters might look at it and say, he might be hurt and it's the perfect chance to scoop him up, get him to take some fights. That he might have to do. It's not like you can keep pulling out of fights. You just you really have no option. And right now you're on the outside looking through the window, and I don't know. I don't know what you could say about what can go on with Andre right now. I guess he would have to, if somebody gave him some scraps, a scrap deal, he probably would have to take it if he want to get back in the running of anything.
Well, that's the thing. They just offered him some scraps, and the reason he was given scraps was because he originally turned down the fight. Well, he pulled out of the fight with Zach Parker. So then he came back, and basically his purse had been reduced by, I want to say by shit, like almost like a man, by like almost like about like 1,000%. He went from going to make over like 1 point something million, like a little over 1 million, to he was about to get like 100 and something thousand, like less than 200,000 for the same fight. So he turned down that fight twice, over a span of, like less than 6 months. So that's why I was saying this man already being hard to work with, a very high risk fighter, and now you getting a reputation of ducking out on fights and stuff. Like I just think he's like in a worse position out of everybody in boxing. Plus, he don't got no belt
or a home as far as a promotion company. Yeah, his situation sucks pretty bad.
That's why I think his career, I think you might never see him fight again, based on the fact that he don't want to go from, like, he was getting, so most of those fights he had with Hearn, he was getting like 3 million. His last fight, they just had the purse bid for, it was less than 200,000. He just backed out of that fight because that was just too low money compared to him. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think we're going to see him fight again because, he's not a ticket seller. He's not known, and he don't have even a belt compared with just being a very high risk fighter in that ring. Southpaw, very good, world amateur on a world level. I just think his career is over.
Yeah, this time is screwed up. So you screwed up some good fights and some good fighters. The only thing I can say to that, if he can't find anything, I hope he made good investments with the money that he did make. That's all I can say. He still got his faculties. What else can I say? All I can say is, I hope you made good investments.
Terrible as him and his daddy is, I don't think they don't do anything good when it comes to like the business. At least from what we've seen in boxing. Yeah. But man, him and his dad, they got a reputation of being very difficult to work with.
Well, they might be going in there and being shrewd businessmen, trying to get his dad might be trying to get the best for his son. And, it's to hurt business and they want to make sure you can get the most out of it. I'm just looking at it, painting a better picture than just letting him be marked as hard to work with. At least I would try to hope that they would be trying to get the best for him. We really won't be able to get a good market or understanding because we'll never be behind the doors on how those negotiations go. We just have to go with what other people decide to paint the picture as.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna piggyback off this topic. Next week when we go live next week, because I'm even further go into like a little bit more detail with another fighter about it.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I don't know if it was like any one last thing you want to touch on before we wrap it up.
The only thing I'm gonna say is, I'm looking forward to the girls fighting. I want to see. I know I heard some people complain a little bit about Pandora, saying that his defense was lacking and stuff like that, and he got touched quite a bit. But I think Pandora is a good fighter. He's stepping into the realm where the competition, I believe, is about to step up tremendously for him, and I want to see how well he does. I know you said there wasn't a lot of people ever seen fight, but he stands a chance if he can get in there and make some noise. Because now is the time for him to really make noise. I don't know if he's going to get Charlo right away because Charlo finna deal with Sue. But if I was his matchmaker, I would look for one of those guys that people would say, hey, this should be a good fight, and he might lose. That's what I'm looking for him. That's the kind of fight I'm looking for him to step into now, so I can really see where he is. He strikes me as a good kid with some good heart that likes to fight.
Yeah, Fundora. I mean, you gotta look at him similar like to Manny Pacquiao. Being his best attribute is just fighting. You know what I'm saying? It's not his skills, not it's just fighting. And when y'all look at Fundora in that ring, that's the one thing he do. He just really know how to fight you. Now he's definitely not as versed as a Manny Pacquiao, but I'm saying they share that similarity. And it's other fighters like that also who just know how to just really fight you. That's the best thing that they bring to the table. And that usually brings excitement to the fans. So Fundora is going to be a guy that's going to stick around for a while. Yeah, to me, I think he's always going to have leaky defense. It is leaky, but it is rare to see a guy with such a height advantage. And it's like this dude, he's very consistent with a body attack. He don't mind fighting you inside. Like a lot of these other guys that's tall, let's just say, let's just use like a Callum Smith, for example, especially when he was fighting at 168, he would just tie you up whenever somebody got inside. Fundora is a total opposite. That man put the most hurting on you when you get within that range, that mid game, that inside game. So, Fundora is just a real difficult fighter to deal with. Nah, he's not. I'm not saying he's a world beater, but that style is real difficult. And I asked the question last night, MZ, if you was around. I said, if you was a head coach, who would you find more challenging to prepare for? Would it be Fundora or Fury?
Fury would be the more difficult one to plan for because you have to add in the weight factor and the skill factor. Fundora, you got to get past. They both got the height, they both got length, but Fury has weight, and it seems like like you just said, Fundora knows how to fight you. Fury has some skills. I think Fundora would be the easier target if I had two guys that were fighting. I would probably attack Fundora first.
Yeah, both of these dudes is real hard to prepare for. Like, okay, an example. I bet Trey know who this is. His name is Lawson. He one of the Rail cousins, Trey. His name is something Lawson, but he's a young dude, probably only like 21. But he like real tall and skinny. He fights at 154, and he fought DeAndre Lattimore like a year ago. And the thing with him is, well, as soon as DeAndre Lattimore got inside even a little bit, the only thing he knew how to do was tie up. Like he didn't know how to do anything else. No type of inside fighting or nothing. That's how most tall guys is. With Fundora, it's the total opposite. You try to get in and get some work, you likely to get hurt or hit with some shit.
Yeah, he gonna work with you.
Yeah, he gonna work with you and get the better of this shit. I'll be looking at Fundora and like them body shots that he be landing. I'm like, God damn, them uppercuts and shit.
It's amazing that he can throw those punches in such a close quarter. D'Lo say Fundora has been in a few picked fights. He has a draw as well as he has some close wins. I feel that D'Lo, and that's one of the reasons that I like him, and I still want to see. I want to see him in a fight that's a little higher. Like I said, I wouldn't suspect to see him fighting Charlo next or after Sue, but I would like to see him. I would like to see him against Tony Harrison. I think Tony Harrison is like, if I had to say Charlo is number one, he's undisputed. I would say Tony Harrison would be my second pick of top fighters. I would rank him second. I would like to see Fundora deal with Tony Harrison. Tony Harrison's a good boxer, slick boxer. Doesn't he train with didn't he train out of the Crunk gym?
Mm-hmm. I don't think there's any chance of Tony Harrison ever taking that fight. I mean, if you just look at the styles that like the type of guys that have given Harrison losses, guys with motors, work rates that's gonna, fight a hard 12 rounds. On top of that, Harrison, he's, what I'm saying, he's a guy who likes to use his skill combined with like some movement.
Right. What Trey say, he's just an 8-round fighter. His gas tank run out.
Yeah. Like that's a terrible style matchup for Harrison. I don't think there's no way Harrison would ever accept that fight.
Okay. Who would you pick? As I say, Trey says, I don't know who that is. But D'Lo say Leon Lawson Jr., I think.
Correct. But you was asking me who would I pick? So it's basically going to have to be a fight to keep you busy while you wait for your title. To me, I just named one of the guys, DeAndre Lattimore. He's a guy, what I'm saying? He's not like the best fighter out there, but he's one of them guys. He gonna come. He gonna be rugged. He gonna throw that wild shit. Try to hit you with, just like a power shot to get you up out of there. That's a good option. And I would have to look at like the rest of 154. Definitely not no fucking Terrell Gausha. I don't ever want to see Terrell Gausha again. I don't recycle that nigga no more.
Fundora. Trey X said Fundora will be Willie Nelson times 2 for Harrison.
Yeah, Willie Nelson is another like tall, skinny fighter, and nowhere near as good as Fundora.
Wow. Okay, so maybe I need to make another pick. I know it's somebody in there that would be satisfactory for him to hold on to until he get a chance. But I do definitely think if Charlo holds it down this fight, if they hit him with a Mando, he'd probably take that and then a Fundora fight. I don't know how much longer he wants to fight. These people was talking about retiring and doing stuff. Nowadays, you don't know what anybody wants to do. D'Lo say Harrison had a better showing versus Garcia than Fundora did, but them versus each other is a whole other situation. True. I was just thinking that maybe Harrison would go out there and box like when he first fought when he fought Charlo in the first fight. That Harrison, I think that guy, I think he can give troubles to people. But I don't know if it's if it's just the gas tank or does he have mental lapses too? I don't know what it is, but it's something that's really holding him back, in my opinion. I'm talking about Tony
Both,
Harrison. You think
both,
it,
and
you
the
think it's
reason I would
both?
say both, I mean, we've seen the gas tank problem, and it could be it's physical and it's just like mental applied pressure. We seen that from Hurd. It was also mental applied pressure. Willie Nelson, that was just him gassing out, and Nelson feeding off of that. But also the mental lapses. I mean, if you look at the second Jermell Charlo fight, the only reason he lost that fight was because he had a mental lapse and he got hurt and he couldn't recover from that.
Yeah, when he started trying to show out, playing to the crowd, mental lapse right there, and then he got hurt. That uppercut was so pretty. The way his head shot up in the air, and he just collapsed up against the rope.
Yeah. So see the thing with Jamel, after Jamel get done with Sue, let's just assume that he win. So he got a mandatory it's the IBF, I believe. Yeah, it's the IBF. Murtazaliev, that's the
Uh,
IBF mandatory. So now, so here's the thing: Murtazaliev, he's accepted. I think they paid him step aside money like 3 times already. They would have to, well, one, he would have to be willing to accept that step aside money again. So it's like, what I'm saying, he might have to go in to that fight next. We just never know how it's gonna play out.
I heard one of these guys that was talking about they accept step aside money, but they weren't willing to accept it again. But I don't know whose belt they're up for. I don't know who they are up for as a mandatory, but it might be in 154 because nobody has had to accept step aside money in 147 yet. I don't think nobody's gonna have to.
Well, Stanios, he's gotten step aside money like for Earl's last
For
fight.
Earl, for him to fight Ugas, that's who it is. It's Stanionis, I think, who said he's not willing to take step aside money anymore.
Well, I've heard fighters say that shit also, that they're not willing to accept some step aside money. But you see it with guys like Stanionis and the Murtazaliev right now. Sometimes the step aside compensation it also includes a guaranteed fight date, like on the undercard or something. And so that's crucial right now with the PBC, based on the lack of dates that they have. So you're getting compensated financially and with a fight.
So
That's
you getting paid twice.
yeah. Cause just the fact that you get like a guaranteed date also. I mean, it's something that you can negotiate. Um, so yeah, like with Stanionis, I mean, you never know. He could be saying that right now, but I mean, I say you never know when that time come what the compensation could be.
Right.
What was that guy? The guy at one D'Lo, the dude who was Adonis Stevenson mandatory at light heavyweight for like 5 years, because he kept accepting step aside money. Y'all know who I'm talking about.
D'Lo say Stanionis is the one that said that. And then he says compensation goes up if you claim you won't take it. I feel you with the counter in the negotiations of step aside money. But if Stanionis is serious, then that's what it is. But
Yeah, Lydia Alvarez. Yeah.
oh, he put that up there. I didn't see it.
Nah, I just thought, but I know D'Lo gonna put it any second. But yeah, this man was accepting step aside money for like 5
For
years.
5 years, that means he really didn't want to be the champ. Or they was paying him well enough to say, okay, the compensation is great. But it's different nowadays with athletes. I'm old, you guys know that. But I'm from an era when I'm like, I want to be the champ. That means I beat everybody. Whatever it is, we're not friends. If we are friends, but we step out on that court or whatever field of play we in, I'm here to beat you. Period. Simple and plain.
And see that what you saying now, this was what like sealed the deal for me, not believing that Joshua could win that rematch, because when they was trying to secure that Joshua versus Usyk rematch, he was strongly considering taking step aside money. So just based on that fact alone, like he was considerate. Like you don't want to go out there and get revenge against this man that just outclassed you in your hometown and all that. You considering step aside money. That let me know that Joshua wasn't as hungry as a fighter should be. And also, I was just something else about step aside money. Go ahead, MZ.
As an older person, the way I just look at life coming up, the way I look at things, it's certain things that to me, I just don't feel like I'm trying to give up. Like as a boxer, I know some people gonna say you just can't look at it that cut and dry, but remember my era and how I think and how I was raised up. If I'm fighting and I'm trying to become the champ, you can't offer me step aside money if you went away. If you went away, then you fight me, so I can get you out the way. But if that's what I want, then that's what we going to. Champions, I feel like they don't accept step aside. Why would I step aside to give you a chance at what I want? That doesn't make sense to me. Now, some kind of way they make it make sense to them. I'll give you this fight on this day or this fight on this day. What you telling me is you want me to hold out on fighting this dude right now so you could fight him. Where I go in and take this little money that you finna give me and possibly some bullshit chance in the ring. We don't know what might happen. Anything could happen at any given time. And I want my time. I want my chance to be whatever it is we fighting for. I don't want to give you my chance.
And now I'm thinking about it right now. Imagine how different the heavyweight division would have went, as well as AJ and Luis Ortiz's career, if Luis Ortiz didn't accept that step aside money. Because he accepted step aside money one time.
And it screwed him.
Yeah, because I feel like Luis Ortiz, you're supposed to capitalize on that very moment because you at the end, you definitely passed like your physical prime, and it's only going to decline even more and more. I feel like he was supposed to capitalize on that. So I just wonder how that would have changed if he would have just took that fight. But in recent times, an example we had, Robson Conceição, they put out, he would have got paid if he didn't take that fight. But he said, I didn't come to America and I didn't train my ass off for these, 3 months to come and get money. I came to get this title.
Right. Dilo said that dude probably made more step aside money than Persis for 5 years. He probably did. He said, yeah, it was Alvarez. And then he said they still can't force the fight, fam. The guy could always vacate or petition the sanctioning body. Well, I feel you on that. And for me, you gonna have to petition the sanctioning body or vacate the belt. As far as I'm concerned, that's what I want. I want that number one. I want that thing that make me be number one. And then once I get my hands on it, I want to fight whoever coming to get it. I want to prove to people that I'm the best. If it's another champion on there, I'm going to start sniffing for him. Baseball, I want that trophy at the end of the year. I'm going to kick your ass all through the season so I can get it. Basketball, I'm thinking the same way. No matter what, I know those sports don't compare to boxing because like Trey said, you can't play boxing, which makes it that much more important for me if I'm going for to be the best. I don't want to step aside for nothing. If you don't want to face me, like you said, you could vacate or you could petition the sanctioning body. That's the kind of butthole I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be that dude to make you vacate or petition not to fight me. But I ain't stepping aside. Not y'all gonna have to step around me.
Now, if people really think about it, this whole step aside money thing, this is really how the franchise belt came about. The situation with Lomachenko, Haney, and the franchise belt. Pretty sure the situation would have been Lomachenko and them maybe offered some step aside money, but y'all know Lomachenko is not like a big jar or anything. So it was that step aside money wasn't much. So
Well,
then the WBC intervened and they came up with the franchise title.
well, let's go to the other where it started at. What could it have been for Canelo? Who would have been stepping aside?
Oh, that would have been him offering Jamal Charlo some step aside money.
And probably him saying, "No, I don't want to step aside money."
Yeah, now I see with the WBC, if what is it? It's like if you become the interim champion or a silver champion, whatever, when it's time to actually consolidate the titles with the real champion, I believe you get like a 50-50 split. So I think that's what Jamal was focused on.
I'm just wondering, even because when you brought the franchise belt up, I'm like, yeah, but the dudes that had those belts, the only person that I guess you would be asking to step aside is the person that's trying to get there. I don't know, but what I do know is I wouldn't be wanting. Don't talk to me about stepping aside. No, everything that he's holding, I'm coveting right now. That's what I want. I want the chance to be able to get the bigger purses. I want the chance to be able to fight the names that really mean something. And if holding this belt is gonna make me get it, then I need that belt. I can't step aside for you. I am not in boxing to give you a chance at what I want faster than what I can get it. That's just how I feel about stepping aside.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, and I respect any fighter that takes that stance, especially like a fighter who like you ain't never been champion before, or you time is not really on your side. That you're supposed to be in that boxing and prove that you're the best, at least within your division. So yeah, forget all that step aside money, and now we can talk about betting on yourself. If you confident, then you will know that you're gonna win that title, and then more money gonna come your way anyways. So yeah, I would go that route. Fuck that step aside shit.
I'm a firm believer in that. No matter how that question will be thrown at me, if you asking me if I'm trying to get to the pinnacle, what do I need to make me step aside? I need the pinnacle. So well, what else am I here for? Nothing. I'm here straight for the pinnacle. There is no resolve in me for nothing else. If it's about winning and being the best, I want to win. I'm not going to cheat to do it. God, no, I wouldn't do that because I can't stand people that do it. I wouldn't want them to do it to me. But hard-nosed grind, my talent against yours, my hard work against yours, and then here comes some dude that everybody like, oh, he could be the champion, this and that. They want me to let him step in front of me. I've been standing in line 10, 15 years. If I happen to be a flash surprise and I earn this spot, I'm not giving up this spot. I'm not. That's just what it is. I'm not giving up this spot.
Hey, because imagine this, MZ. Like, let's just say you was the mandatory for let's just say Ryan Garcia got an official belt, and let's just say you the mandatory. Okay, so they come to you, offer you some step aside. So let's say you take step aside for 2 or 3 fights, but in your mind, you looking at it like, I'm getting paid, and I know I'm still gonna get that big fight with Ryan Garcia. Big fight, big payday, push me over as far as stardom and shit.
No.
Well, what if Ryan Garcia just vacate the title and move up in a weight class, and you never get that fight?
Do I get a chance to fight for that belt?
Yeah, but you didn't get that fight to cross you over.
But what I did do, and what's going to be connected to him, what I'm going to capitalize off of, I'm going to let it be known. Y'all know I was supposed to fight Ryan. He dropped the belts and left. Y'all do it with that what you want. But that's the fact. I'm the dude that's supposed to be fighting him. I didn't step aside. Y'all see what y'all so-called champion did. He did what Lomachenko did.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know what I'm saying? There it is right there. There's I want to be the man. In boxing, I'm thinking ain't that what you boxing for, to be the man? I'm boxing to be the man. If it's a solidified spot that's gonna say, okay, all roads got to go through here, I'm going to that point.
And that's why I know I'd be hella hard on Haney, but that's why I like Haney as far as his attitude approach as far as his division, because Haney said after he won those titles, he said all of that, like, wondering who the best is and, ducking and all that stuff. He said, watch, when I get these belts, I guarantee it won't be none of that shit. And so far, he didn't live up to his words.
He lived up to what he said. He signed a contract for 2 fights with Kambosos. So he gonna get that man the 2 for whatever deal he made with Top Rank or whoever he had to make the deal with. It seems like right now he's walking through those situations. I know people saying, "Oh, he could have fought it, he should have fought it, this could have happened, and that should have happened." I respect the fact that he's going by the word of what he signed. Because when Tyson Fury and ESPN was cutting Deontay Wilder out, people were complaining real hard about it. Hold on. D-Lo said it's like 60-40 split as opposed to a 75-25 or 70-30. And he talking about
the WBC
right.
consolidation fight.
Right. Big Bro say, period. No price matter, bro. That's right. No price matter. You can't pay me not to want to be. Just listen to what we're saying. Listen to what we're saying. We're asking a guy. We're offering him money and a fight on the undercard. I'm going to give you some money and a fight on the undercard, right? We're asking him to give up a chance to fight the dude that holds what you're here for. We want you to step back for, I don't know what the greater good is that you stepping back for, but you stepping back for the greater good of another boxer to stand in the spot that you hold. That logically does not make sense to me. If I'm competing, there is no rhyme or reason. There's nothing you can say to me that's going to make me say, all right, I'll give you a chance. Not to go before me. No, I can't see that. Call me, one track minded or whatever, but that's something right there. That and cheating. You cheat, I can't mess with you. And you trying to get in front of me after we both practicing, we both sparring, we both doing the same work. I'm supposed to be here, and you trying to get me to gear this up. If I'm willing to gear it up, this is just how I'm thinking. If I'm willing to gear it up mentally, I'm willing not to be champion, but for win the belt, I ain't willing to fight hard and keep it. D-Lo say most of the time it's money, a fight, and a guaranteed shot at the winner. None of that don't mean jack to me. None of that don't mean nothing to me. I don't want to hear nothing about guaranteed shot. I don't want to hear nothing about I don't want to hear that bullshit, because my guaranteed shot is right here, right now. If I let you give me some money, my guarantee just went out the window on the cool. I'm at the whim of if you guys even keep your word. Cause we seen them pull some snake stuff. We heard people be in contracts and they still don't get to fight. He done lost the belt. Now they got a rematch clause and this happened next thing no, hell no. Give me my shot right now. I ain't looking 2 or 3 years down the line. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for right here, right now. I'm the best right now. That's why I'm holding this spot to be the guy fighting him. Don't come in here with your money talking about, oh, let me get this spot. No, because I'm at my best right now. At least that's how I feel. After I go up here and whoop his ass, you will be number one. And believe me, I'm going to whoop your ass too. But I ain't giving you no cutting the line.
And now let me touch on D-Lo's last comment before. So he was saying Haney and Charlo got criticized because they didn't stand firm on just basically forcing the champions to fight or vacate the belt. And basically, they did agree to accept a franchise I mean, they did agree to allow a franchise champion situation to come about. So here's the thing that plays into that, and I ain't making no excuses for him. So you see, like at that time, Charlo, he was fighting on like undercards and stuff during his 160 run. Haney, he was still with Showtime fighting on like showbox type cards and stuff, not the big cards. So these networks, they want champions, because like if you look at like all these networks, they deals with companies and stuff, they got X amount of championship fights that they require. So they want champions. They want to pay more if you a title. It could be a WBC franchise or whatever, WBA regular. As long as it's a champion, we could sell champion. So that's what they want when it comes to these cards. So therefore, if you're a champion, you can also headline a card, which all equates to more money as a fighter. So I believe that's why those fighters went ahead and agreed to, whether it be an interim, a regular, franchise title, whatever. I think that all plays the factor into it. It allowed them to get more money as well. Or as D'Lo would say, it allowed Charlo touch M's. He was able to touch M's.
Well, I feel what you're saying, but which one of them is the best champ? Which one of them get the most money? The one at the top, right? I don't care about the intern, or I don't care about the silver, the stripe, the whatever color. I want the one that's the best. That's where I'm at. I'm not. I don't know if I can explain it. I guess the only people that could really confirm what I'm saying is people that know me like Big E. He can tell you if we compete, we talking about boxing. This could be do or die. Every step is important. I'm not giving up any steps. I'm sorry, I can't do that. And Charlo said, not Charlo. D'Lo said Charlo is pretty much that guy. He and Haney weren't celebrated for standing firm and forcing the guys to vacate. I celebrate him. I always give Lomachenko static. I don't look at Lomachenko like other people look at him, because I feel like he took a loss. And he wouldn't fight Devin. Canelo, he wouldn't fight Charlo, Andre. So yeah, but I give him their props for that. Devin went on and chased down. He went on and did what he had to do to get the belts anyway. If Lomachenko come back, he fight him. I don't know, but I just can't see any other way to be the best. It's just the old man way of thinking, I guess. You want to be the best, you go ahead and be the best. You don't step to the left or to the right. You keep going straight ahead till you crack the spot where they say, hey, this is where the best stand. That's the only place I'm trying to get to. I don't want to step left or right. If you want that spot, if you ain't there before I get there, then you got to fight me for it. Because, I do believe, take Crawford for a good example. Crawford's a millionaire. He had a deal where he made money. He fought for whoever he needed to fight for and do whatever he needed to do. I don't know if he ever stepped aside, but he fought straight. You might not be no blowed up star, but he still made money. He still became a multimillionaire. You know what I'm saying? I ain't greedy. I ain't trying to make $100 million. I'm trying to make what I'm supposed to make. What I'm supposed to make is whatever's in my mind. And the best way for me to do it is go up there and kick the shit out that dude that y'all claim is the best. And once I post up right there, y'all got to come on with it. Simple and plain. Come on with it. That's my dream fighter right there. That dude that tells you, I ain't stepping aside. I am not fighting anybody. If you step up here and say you want this drama and this smoke, I want you. We ain't got to do no long negotiations. Everybody that I fight, when they come to step in this ring, the numbers. Yeah, I tell you, but the number the same all the way down the line. Come on, get your ass whooped so we can keep it moving. That's my dream fighter.
Yeah, I like that mentality also. And see, I'll say for us, if we want a fighter to stand, like D'Lo was talking about it, for example, if we want a fighter to stand firm on what's right and principle and stuff, then us fans, we got to support that fighter also. So, for example, if a Canelo say, "No, I don't want to fight Charlo. Let's just, give him, I'll just take a WBC franchise and let's give him the real one." Well, it's up to the fans. Our responsibility. We gotta continue to support Charlo when, okay, we know his next opponent is not going to be as big as Canelo. And shit, if he can't get a Canelo fight, he might have to face a fight that nobody want to see, a la, Willie Monroe. He might have to face one of those fights just because he can't get the type of fight. And then it's like, us fans, we all supposed to be boycotting Canelo because we saying, Canelo, you the one who didn't want to fight that tough fight. That's our responsibility, but the fighters know that's not going to happen. So I understand it from all angles, but like I said, at the end of the day, we fans, we stay in a fan's position, but I understand each angle.
I do too, and I'm gonna bounce off of that in just a second. And I'll read this. It say, D'Lo say, look at Stanionis. The WBA is not going to strip Earl for fighting Crawford instead of Stanionis, so he may as well get compensated because he is the odd man out. Now, I would say, when it comes to a champion, if a champion is not going to fight the mandatory, this is the only time that I can say that if I was the mandatory, I would have to shut up because I would want the same respect once I got to that spot. If I'm a champion and I'm trying to unify belts, then I would say, okay, I'm going to be quiet. Now, if they're going to compensate me because they saying, dude, the champions are trying to bring the belts together, so this is money that's set here for you, then yeah, I'm going to take that. But I still get to fight the champion once they unified. So I know it's a dude over there that's probably waiting. Which one of us been waiting the longest? If me and him been waiting the longest, let me go ahead and whoop him real quick so I can have the person both actions. That's just how I would look at it. I know some other people probably say that that's not it, but for me, fair and straightforward competition, that's the way you do fair, straightforward competition. He said, I'm not saying they didn't get their. I'm saying they didn't get their just due for forcing them to vacate. Yeah, they should have been respected more. Devin Haney did get the belt, but then they want to call him the email champ. It shouldn't have been so hard for him to have to be able to step up and fight for those other belts, seeing that he was the only one. He defended that belt and did what he was supposed to do. He kept going forward. He didn't take anything to step aside. He kept pushing forward. Charlo, as far as I know, he kept pushing forward. But once he got to 160, I might, if I move from one weight division to the next weight division, isn't my purpose of moving to that weight division is to clean it out, especially if I so-called did that in this other weight division?
I mean, that's what I thought it was supposed to be.
So, yeah, if you just got in the weight division, why are you hopping out of it so fast?
Trey just dropped you a message.
Oh, I see. Oh, believe me, I saw that he sent 2 pics. Better believe I'm all over that. As soon as I pull my phone up, let me see. He said, Hyphy. He said, yeah, Hyphy, we had the conversation about championship fights and networks. So I give Loma a hard time, but I respect how he supposedly gave Tio part of the purse to make the fight happen so he could get his ass whooped. I can't say that I have respect for that because you stopped another fighter from eating. You literally threw down the belts and a belt and ran off just to lose the other 3 to another fighter. You could have did that in one fight.
Well, my problem with that was an attempt to go get those other belts that Teo had, you cause a dispute because your belt was like basically split into 2. The WBC was now held amongst 2 other champions. So even though you tried to be undisputed, you caused a dispute. So that's why I don't respect that move. You just made it more difficult. And yeah, what D'Lo is talking about, like we talked about the DAZN network, like when they first came about, they were to have I think 16 events take place in America, and all those events had to be, title fights, fights that headline the card. They had to be title fights. So that's just one example of how having all these WBA regulars and interims, WBC silvers, that makes it easier on Matchroom and DAZN because they can fulfill that quota, 16 championship fights. So yeah, they fine with all this WBC franchise shit.
Yeah, it's a way for them to steal money like they do. Shit, I can't stand the franchise belt. Okay, what else? Did I read the one I gave a little more hard time? Yeah, I did. He said,
Yeah,
right. Not call them email champs and stuff. Call them other MF save face champs like I did. Yeah, you're right because but the ones that called them email champs, called Devin email champ, where he hold all the belts. He's the champ. The competition. The way I look at it is what it is. With Charlo, I'm just so proud of him, dude. I'm so proud of him. He went from being a whiny like kid to being like a mature adult champion. He made his qualms about not being on a pound for pound list or whatever. But you know what they can't take from him? They can't take away the fact that he is undisputed at 154 pounds. And he has a good, solid, in my opinion, he has a good, solid list of names. He has some good fights that's roaming around in 154. And I'm proud of the young dude. I'm proud of him. I like the fact he's a good 154-pound undisputed champion. I respect everything about his undisputed in this 4-belt era. I respect his more than I do Canelo's. Way more.
yeah. Like I said, if you look at his resume from shit like 2017, I mean, he fought good names. There really ain't no light touches besides like the one time when he had to stay busy due to Tony Harrison pulling out.
Right.
But he didn't fought, the tough fights. Some other stuff that happened in the division shook it up. Guys lost along the way, like Hurd, J-Rock and stuff. Like the time when he fought Austin Trout, he really didn't want that fight, but he just had to take it. So it's situations like that have come about. But other than that, he acting like a champion, and he could have won. He could have just won his last fight and said he gonna move up to 160 or blah blah blah. He didn't drop belts. He gonna defend a belt against Zoo. I don't see him ducking from Fundora or anybody else that may come along. So, whether you like him outside the ring, his antics and stuff, like outside the ring, like if Charlo lived in my neighborhood, that's a nigga I'll be fighting every week just based on how he act and shit. But you can't deny that boy got a heart. And as far as just within a boxing realm, he carry himself like a champion, which is getting in that ring and facing the best. So, we can't knock him.
Right. I got the fix on that. PBC, D-Lo picking up on something. PBC too. That's why guys like Laura and Tank have WBA regular straps. Is it the WBA or was it the WBO that they got mad at because they said that they wanted to go ahead and consolidate those belts and not have them split up anymore?
Yeah, that was WBA that said that. Because WBA, they had a time in like 2019 and 2020, from like 2018 to 2020, they was going heavy on. They'd do stuff like this. Let's say if me and you, let's say you the champion, and I'm about to fight you. So let's just say if D-Lo was the mandatory for the WBA, instead of like waiting until me and you fight or just forcing you to fight D-Lo, they'd just create like a WBA regular title and just have D'Lo fight, Joe Schmo for the WBA regular. They just kept doing that shit, and it got to a point they had like so many WBA belts across the 17 divisions. They had like they had a lot of belts over across all these divisions because they just kept doing that. So they eventually tried to start consolidating them. They had some success. It's still some bullshit they do. And another thing the WBA recently did, it was about like a year ago, less than a year ago, that they had a meeting with all the four sanctioning bodies. And they basically said all the sanctioning bodies agreed that in an attempt to make the best fights and undisputed, we not going to call mandatories on fights if we know guys are going to be unifying. But the WBO and the WBC said the WBA went against their word. So it sounded like the WBA on some bullshit.
They all on some bullshit. All that money they taking from these boys, that money. The way I look at it, let me run through D-Lo's comments real quick. He said, don't be surprised if the WBA never finished consolidating the belts. You were just speaking on that, Hyphy. Then he said, that man's still whining at times and shit. But he is a super solid pound-for-pound fighter in my book. We're talking about Charlo. I think he calmed down a lot. Any gripes that he have now about being on the list or something like that, it's solidified. He has the right to complain. They all lost, including him. He is the only one who bounced back like he was owed something. Boss stuff. He did do that too. He corrected the loss against Harris, and he wiped away the draw against Castano. And then he said it was like 40 plus WBA champs. Now, the way I look at it, if somebody was really true to the game and really love boxing the way they see it, I'm talking about somebody with money who decided, you know what, I'm gonna start what's the word I'm trying to say for the belts?
Organization.
I'm gonna start an organization, but the money that you guys pay is money that's gonna be, some of it gonna be set to the side for guys that need help throughout boxing, to help do research for them, to help with medical stuff like that. This is what your money that you guys are paying in. But a rule I would have, my rule would be, we going from one to however many boxes lined up, then to the champion. Once you get to the number one spot, we're not finna say, oh, now it's mandatory. We're not gonna have number one mandatory fight the champion. The number one dude gonna fight the champion. If the champion has a chance to consolidate a belt and unify a belt, that'll be the only time that we, our organization, would pay that said fighter that's in our organization fighting for our belt. Some of the money that sanctioning fees pay some of that money would be given to that number one guy, not to lose his spot, but to hold off just to see if that fighter fights that other champion for the belt. If that fighter does not fight that champion for the belt, then you go ahead and fight that champion. That's the kind of organization I feel like boxing needs. And they should, once those laws are set, that's how they should be. You rank them fairly. The ranking system can't be played with. Of course, people will be getting skipped over with their fights and stuff like that. If the champion is going to unify a belt, then, use some of that money that we collected from these guys for these belts and sanctioning fees and reward him for, hey, you earned the number one spot. And the only reason we put you on hold is because we got it in our rule book that if he going to fight for some other belts, then we'll let him. But we gonna pay you. We ain't going to ask the purse to pay you anything. That's what this money is for. We going to give you some money to hold out and be patient and not make a whole bunch of noise. You feel what I'm saying? I feel like that would be a good way, a good start to start these fighters to being able to say, hey, I know if I fight for these dudes, for this belt, this is a prestige belt, they ain't going to screw me. They got stuff set to the side that's gonna help all of us that's in this program. And when we beat up the other people and take their belts from them, I'll make sure that our sanctioning body let it be known that our champ, whoever came with our belt and beat that dude for their belt, y'all see that belt secondary. We gonna make sure that we always have our belt on top of the other belts that get lined up in here. I cause that kind of beef against the organizations. I'll make whoever fighting up under my banner, I'll make them feel like they fighting for something and it does mean something. And by the time I finish, I'll try to make sure that I promote our organization and make it where the world see our belt as the belt to have. But that's just me.
Yeah, like this little part where we going on, I'm gonna just look at this like this is just part of a discussion we could have about sanctioning bodies and stuff because it's a whole lot that we could go on. We could do like a whole 3-part series about sanctioning bodies just alone. And even you was making just some real good points because what you was describing, that's pretty much a sanctioning body just with some integrity. Like what you were saying, it ain't that deep or it's not that difficult. It's just about having some integrity, standing on your word, not doing dumb shit like okay, well let's do this so we can have Canelo fight for our belt because when Canelo fight, he get X amount of money. That's way more money than we getting from like 10 of these other champions combined. Just having integrity. That's what people were praising IBF for. Ever since maybe like 2017 or so when IBF kind of revamped their stuff. And I mean, the IBF they do good sometimes, but their rankings just be terrible. Like some of the guys they rate, I just don't be understanding the rankings. But nonetheless, what you were saying is real good as far as just the integrity of it, and that's why UFC is able to have such a understandable basic system as far as the rankings in each division. It helps that it's only basically let's just say it's only one sanctioning body controlling this shit. But yeah, you're right. Just integrity for the belt. So that's probably something. Yeah, we pick up on like just integrity and just things that we would change regarding sanctioning bodies. We gonna pick up on that one probably like the next show or whatever else because there's so much more we can add on to this specific thing and just other shit regarding the belts and all that shit. So let me see. Yeah. So yeah, we could probably shut it down about now.
Oh yeah, we can go ahead and roll out. I've been trying to get the music to pop up, but for some reason they do it. Oh, now it comes up after the damn show over.
I'm gonna catch you on Discord sometime, MZ. We'll keep in contact.
All right, do that.
Already.
I'm gonna go ahead and say I appreciate everybody for coming through. Block family. Yeah, I said it. We finna have fun and enjoy it. Keeping it real. I'm gonna get this music pulled up and drop something before. You know what? I guess I'll do the channel song. The channel song is Scumbo Baggins. Let me pull that up real quick. And then I'm gonna bounce on up out of here. Beautiful conversation we had tonight with everybody. D-Lo, Trey, Social Scientist, Hyphy. I greatly appreciate all you guys coming through. Big Bro. Everybody that came through. Salute and salutations and all those good words. Where the hell is... All right. Now we in. They finally came up off of doing it. They, where's my lot? There we go. Scumbo Baggins. We're going to play Scumbo Baggins. I might drop 2 songs tonight just because. And call it a night. So with that, I'm going to say peace and blessings. And let me say share. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Do-do-do-do-do-do. All right, fellas. Holla.
Let me tell you about the legendary Scumbo Baggins, also known as King of Kings. The man so cheap he went to the strip club and the stripper told him to make it rain. That cheap motherfucker checked the weather and told the bitch to do a rain dance. Straight scumbag behavior.
Scumbo. This nigga full of shit like gumbo. Self-proclaimed king of kings and king of kinfolk. Don't wanna pay his debt cause he been broke. So now the men joke. Yo, I don't fuck with the shady type. The Flakegate, Belichick, and Tom Brady type. 10-ounce gloves that been 90 degrees in the title fight. Or niggas that bet but don't wanna pay their debt. Scumbag, can you see the light? I then explain. Talk to me. How you have the mental fortitude to play the game. How? Place a bet on a round in the fighter's name. Then in victory, you quick to run and collect your claim. You fucking right. But in defeat, you quick to vanish. This ain't the multiverse with 5 rings for the hand of Stannis. There's only 1 ring involved, and it has a canvas. And since you gone, stay gone, nigga. You're banished. We gotta do it, cause it's only right. You broke a bond with the fellas that was airtight. The way you be nigga has got these motherfuckers hype. Guaranteed when they see you, nigga, it's on sight. We talking about
Scumbag of the decade. The man so cheap he takes his own limits to the lemonade stand to get the price drop from a quarter to a dime. Nobody off limits, not even the king.
So now the men joke, Scumbo. This nigga full of shit like gumbo. Self-proclaimed king of kings and king of kinfolk. Don't wanna pay his debt cause he been broke. So now the men joke.
Scumbo bagging, his pockets must be lacking. Welching on a bedded and boast like that's what's happening. Jumps on the show, chest out, bro. I'm really hoping he say he's about to pay off for the note. Scumbag behavior. Did that boy just say that shit? Right then and now, say he getting his wig split. Trey Egg starts it out. Hyphen getting egg, Eric R. stutter ragging. Coming up with Scumbo baggage. I done got pissed. His bragging made me mad. I really thought he was better than that. He showed himself a fag. MZ stutter roast. Dude didn't give a shit. He was proud of the shit he did, laughing like a bitch. Now he in his feelings. Don't get mad, bro. You know you're supposed to pay our bets. Who you gotta go? Hiding in the wing. We see you scumbag king. Bet you wish you didn't say that shit. Pay your debts, king of king. I wonder what you really thought when you came out like that, bro. Said fuck it, let me have it. I can take it like you really like to be a scum, yo. You must have thought we was some lame ass niggas you could bully on this boxing talk show. You got us twisted, now you're missing. Don't hear you laughing, scumbo.
Scumbo bad. The man so cheap his son told him he wanted some grip. So Scumbo told the boy to stop fucking bitches without a rubber. Now that's a scumbag. No son.
So now the men joke, Scumbo. This nigga full of shit like gumbo. Self-proclaimed king of kings and king of kinfolk. Don't wanna pay his debt cause he been broke. So now the men joke.
I got a call from the block, fams, yes. He asked me to take your head and place it on his dress. Put your body on the pike and let that bitch fest. Let the rats eat out your tongue cause you a whelch. Damn, we tried to make it business, dawg, but this be personal. Niggas wanna find your location and straight up hurt you. It used to be like when they meet you, nigga, what it do? Now when they meet you, it's more like, nigga, what it do? You a stranger in a foreign land, and everything is cool until you come around with that bullshit we don't understand. Put his money to his word, then he told a lie. So when it comes down to his word, he's always gonna lie.
He still ain't paid that bet. I thought his husband said he paid him already. Man, that's messed up.
Yo. When it comes to my lyrical thesis, don't be facetious. Calculate what you're going to say, aka speeches. You can play this message for everyone that it reaches. I snatch the pits from their cores, leave you with spineless speeches. I drop landmines like storming Normandy beaches. Wait while you recover, attack you while at your weakest. You a hypocrite like a sinner who always preaches. Talking about the Lord, but you really don't know who he is. We is judge and jury, fuck what your plea is. Stand trial, but see for a planet right where your feet is. Click the button, kaboom, blow you to little pieces. Have the courtroom smelling like burnt flesh and pieces. Jesus, ordering court, judge calling recess. Trying to understand if you witness the shit that we just. Your people upset cause that shit was kind of egregious. I've been over the top ever since I was just a fetus. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, yo, yo,
I hit it, they've been practicing to spit it automatic. Understand there's no practicing when you already got it. Well, they claiming that they better if you're writing than it's no. If it's 21 plus, we gon' finally let it go. Damn Z, always understanding for the family. These niggas out here weak, it ain't no way that they can stand me. Plan B, always recognize and never hesitate. You listen to the track, open your mouth and hear detonate.
I am Michael Myers to every MC. I am Halloween. Texas Chainsaw in the cipher, leaving cerebellum and sling the predator. You ain't ready for what I'm ready for. It's whatever, bro. Rest in peace to my competitors. Live from the gas chamber, my mind's so fucking tangled. Take one of these fucking rappers, hang them high and watch them dangle. Cut the fucking rope, and if you twist and he get strangled. I control the MIC and you can't fuck with me. No, not likely. Do not give a fuck if you don't like me. This is strictly for my niggas like 2PAC. I'm colder than the polar vortex, chilling in the AC. Mr. Freeze to my foes, that means you can't freeze what's already for. I got some good gas, that's strong, smoking by the whole zone. I'm so fucking high, I go sit on top of the ozone. These boys sounding whack as hell. Dr. Seuss, rhyme form, I form Voltron. Yeah, it's no damn cyphers here. It's from the bone, taking hits from the bone. It's driving optimistic, trying to jumping out, dumping shots out, Megatron. Next time you speak like spit up, pussy bitch, use the phone. I use the phone, line like category 10, cyclone, cause cataclysmic event, board up your home, pyroclastic flow, no warning shots, it's on, kill shot straight to the dome. Yeah, I'm on my Snoop Dogg, block, climb to the ball, stay back, way back, call the hazmat, chemical spill on the track, bust the gas and air rain. Yeah, we came to party, leave the whole scene, ransack, track tight, run that.
Back, creeping on the low. It's that MYSTRO. That gonna cause a wreck the damn show. Now all I gotta do is shut the fucking door. Chillin', reclining on the scene. I be coolin', they say I'm looking mean. I ain't trippin', I'm just trying to see the green. We having fun and we fulfilling our dreams. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo.